Good boy.
Deer Hunter Matt was here first. Boo. Zach Britt 1217 was not first. Try again next time.
Welcome back. Looks like there are others out there in need of help. Looks like there are others out there in need of help. I've got some jobs ready for you. Come back.
Ert93 just subscribed for free with Prime. Dang, a whole 26 months. Doesn't feel like it at all. Thanks for being so awesome and someone I can call friend. Love you, friendo.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Surprise, bitch. I bet you thought you'd seen the last of me.
Welcome back.
Solvin just resubscribed for 7 months at Dear One.
Welcome back. Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome to Tuesday. You know, all the shenanigans. All the shenanigans, all the things. How's everybody doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Thank you guys for being here. Matt, congrats on the first. This is your first time getting first. Let's go. Let's go. Missy, congrats on the 69th. Hi, KP. How are we doing today? How we doing? Zach, enjoy your sip of scythe. Claw, enjoy that Wraith rap. We are so back. We are so back. How you doing, Zach? Welcome in. Zach, congrats on getting affiliate, by the way. Big congrats. I don't think I said that to you the last time I saw you. I know I said it in Ashley's server, but
Welcome back.
I forgot to, like, say it out loud, so congrats.
Welcome back.
Emmy, enjoy your sanity. Missy with an 80 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and Nakey Missy in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Irk, enjoy that chai tea more. Roy, Jojo, enjoy your sip of scythe. Irk, also, thank you for the prime for 26 heckin' months. I know, it doesn't feel like 26 months at all. I heckin' adore you. I heckin' adore you. And thank you for being an amazing friend. And, you know, I'm grateful you're here. I'm grateful you're here, Eric. Parents that hug the wall day. Most of us hug the wall. Listen, I did too. That was my first drop. That was my first drop, was me hugging the wall. Yeah. Yeah, Jenny, I can. I can. Just know that, like, I'm really bad about checking my messages, so if it's something really important, you might want to try and get in touch with a mod and see if they can help you. Let me see. Okay. Anime, enjoy that Onio spice tea. Scully, hello. Welcome in. Sylvan, hello. Welcome in. Cutie patooties. Double cutie patooties in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. How you guys doing? Oh, we got game over. We got game over. Let's try again. Restart. Restart. We you know, first you don't succeed, try again. That's what I like to believe. That's what I like to say. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. Scully, enjoy that pole tea. Hi, Danny. How are you today? Welcome in. How have you been? I hope you've been well. I hope you've been well. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to start the Phasmo bingo. So if you guys want to grab your bingo cards now, you totally can. You totally can. Right there. I'm also going to make our room in Phasmo. Eli, enjoy that red-eyed demon. Even though you're over lying about me. Lying about me in other people's chats. I'm on to you, Eli. I'm on to you. The world is on to you, Eli. I hope you're doing well, though. Hope you're doing well, though. It's fine. Claw, welcome in. Witcher, enjoy your Ure salad. Time to learn how to play Phasmo, even though I will running and scream. Listen! Listen. You're gonna do great. I believe. I believe. Hillary, enjoy your Mare Matcha. KP with that 15 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. This is Nikki KP in the chat. Can you guys believe Willow is changing in a week? It's crazy. Crazy. Vodka and I are doing well. How are you, Jojo? Danny, enjoy that Americano incense. Of course, Zach. Fire Archer, enjoy your Americano incense as well. Enjoy, enjoy. It's been very dormant in there the last month and a half. I know. I know. She's had a lot going on. Love Bug, enjoy your yokai latte. Jenny, enjoy your Revi frappe. Enjoy, enjoy.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
How is everybody? Racer, welcome in. You watched Tsunami on Saturday. It was good. I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Finally get it to see the pro play Phasmo again. I'm hype. I love you, Eric. I love you. Doing great today. Nemo's also doing great. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Very glad to hear that. It's not me. Yes, it was. It was too. Jojo rigged the bingo in my favor. What?
Nightmare.
Jojo would never.
Nightmare.
Jojo would never.
Nightmare. Nightmare.
Yeah, I do need to do some community days again at some point, Zach. I do. I think that would be good. Eli, you are a snitch and a liar. I know. Stop lying. Missy wins number 10. You got the hermit. The ghost is trapped. But you're safe. But you're safe. You're safe. Hold on, hold on.
Welcome back.
I'm trying to join this stupid shared chat thing. Can't join from my computer
Nightmare.
because
Nightmare.
it'll eat up all my
Nightmare.
resources.
Nightmare.
Oh my god. And also because they don't support Opera. Or Opera doesn't support it. Willow won't be able to see off because my computer is getting fixed. When are you supposed to get your computer back?
What was that?
I've got some jobs ready
When
for
are you
you.
supposed to get your computer back? Also,
Oh, God, what
welcome
the
in, True. How are you? Witcher with that 195 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Witcher in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. You miss Crashly so much. Do you think you'll do by this point? Yeah. Yeah, we all do. We all definitely do. Freedom, welcome in. How are you? I hope Freedom is doing well. I hope so. I don't know which of these things is working. I'm going to be really honest with you. I'm going to be really honest with you. I just hope one of them is. I just hope one of them is. Bay, welcome in. How are you, lovely? Guys, go follow Bay if you haven't. Bay is one of our Night Terrors and Nightmare Network as well, and we love her. So proud of you, Bay. I love that you're using the -7 emote. I love you, Bay. I love you. You're so cute. You're so cute. Yeah, I gotta do a community day at some point, Zach. I gotta do a community day. Me and Phasmophobia 90% of the time. That's so valid, though, honestly. So valid. So valid. Here, oh, hold on. Let me drag Cowboy and Nepo. Hi, guys. How's it going?
Do you need to host the thingy?
I don't know, because it wasn't letting me join on my phone, but then I saw Cowboy's chats, and I don't know what's happening.
So if you need to host it, just go ahead and host it. Let's just end it. Let's just make life easier. If you need to host the stream together, you host it.
Okay. Because, yeah, I was clicking the link, and it wasn't, like, connecting on my phone, so I don't know.
Then that's fine. You host it and send us an invite. I'm going to go ahead and end our stream together now. It'll reconnect shortly, me and Cowboy's chat. Just give us, like, 2 minutes.
Okay.
I ended the collaboration.
Okay. So it should get you guys in there. What, Missy? What? What's wrong? Utility, enjoy your chai tea more, Roy. Is that a spooky time, Za? Hi, Pookie Pie. Welcome in. I love your face. How are you?
I don't see you either.
I see you on my phone.
I see you on participants, but I don't see. Oh, it's because she's on the phone. It does work though. I see it all. It's working.
Okay.
Hi, Leigh.
It says Shana, Leigh, King Cowboy, and Nepo Daddy.
Do you want to have shared chat or no?
I'm okay with shared chat. It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
It doesn't bother me.
Are you ready? It's on.
I'm gonna switch.
Yeah, you guys can hop in. I just need to start YouTube, so.
Okay.
I put the code in the game codes, so.
Exciting! excited! I haven't played
Bae, how are
Phasmophobia
you?
in like 52
Guys, make sure you're
years.
following our Pookie Pie.
That's almost
Our
as long
Pookie
as
Pie,
Cowboy's been
Mr.
alive.
Spooky Time Pizza as well. Shana's wearing glasses? Yeah, I am true. What's it to ya?
Moonshine
What's it
Flix
to
gifted a
ya?
tier
Also,
1
where did you get the
subscription to
Team
the community.
Valor? 'Cause
Enjoy
that's
your stay at
really
Shana's
freaking
Sunny
I
Meadows.
should have gotten one of those. I failed. I didn't gift a sub or subscribe to anybody doing Pokemon stuff.
Mommy.
I failed. I'm a failure. I'm a failure. I'm a failure. Moon, thank you for the
Daddy.
gifted. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Thank you so much. Bae, enjoy your Rajikado toast.
I gotta switch some stuff up.
You have a sword? Sorry. Oh my god, listen. Scully is hot, pass it on. Scully's hot, pass it on. I'll take you out, Scully. Where would you like to go?
Mysterious Panda gifted a tier
Where
1
would you like to go?
subscription to the community. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. Tomorrow most likely, but it won't be till after work, so I won't use it till Thursday. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. But it doesn't, well, it doesn't change till Tuesday. So, you still have time. You still have time. Cynical, enjoy that pull tea. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh my god, you guys are crazy. You got a Discord link? I do have a Discord link. Thank you for grabbing that, Scully. I appreciate you. And Nepo. Oh my god. I love it. Listen, I love you. How about that? How about that, Bae? Ghosty did a great job
Looks
with
like
it.
there are
though.
others out there in need of help.
No, you're fine. I'm just yapping, so you're totally fine. Sunday morning, I played 2 games, had a shade that did nothing for 20 minutes, and demon on Nels that hunted every 30 seconds. That sounds about right.
Gifted a tier 1
Sounds about right.
subscription to the community.
Jesus Christ, I
Enjoy
turn
your
around
stay
and there
at
you are.
Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Moon, thank you for the gifted again. What are you guys doing? Are we doing a shared hype? We got a shared hype train going, guys. We got a shared hype train.
Shit.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap.
So
Hey,
shit,
it
so I got a
Choo
19
choo.
away now.
From your goal?
Yeah.
Oh, Nepo. Nepo. Nepo, your poor eyes. If you don't have my stream open, I need you to look. I need you to look, Nepo. Nepo, what happened?
Bestie, a lot happened.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me make this bigger. Wait a second. Wait a second.
A
Hold
lot
on.
happened, Pookie.
Hold on. Hold on. We need to zoom in on Nepo here. Hold on. Hold on just a moment. Can we have a moment of silence, please, for Nepo's ID? Can we have a moment of silence?
Oh my god.
Okay, Pookie, I feel like I'm being called out.
What are you
What's
on?
wrong with them?
What are you on right
What do you mean, what's wrong with them? Do I need to zoom in even more? Hold on. Hold on. What do you mean?
Candy corn, bestie.
Well, that's your problem, is the candy corn.
That's the candy corn.
Negative
Oh
7
my
for those eyes.
God. -7 for those eyes, for sure. For sure. Tragic. Absolute tragedy. Absolute tragedy.
Shanel.
Don't you Shanel me. Okay, I shouldn't have.
Shanel?
That sounds so inappropriate. Let's not.
I'll
Let's.
Shanel you if you did. Shanel from the front, Shanel from the back, -7.
I don't think you'd give that a -7. Don't even lie. Don't even lie.
wouldn't. But you know what? You might.
Yeah. Super enjoy that voodoo veggie burger. Welcome in. Welcome in.
I have to go potty.
Yeah, I
real quick,
failed.
'cause
I
have
didn't
to
go to a
bladder in the
pogo
store.
stream.
I
I failed. I didn't know.
Cowboy, I don't like your.
Welcome back.
I didn't know.
Crazy.
Cowboy has been around since they
Shana,
invented the
while I'm
internet.
going
He
potty,
was the
will you
test.
check the fuck
DM.
out of him?
What
Oh,
the
trust
fuck?
me. I already did, and there's nothing we can do to help him.
Well,
What-
check him.
hello?
I
I'm
need you
right
to-
here.
I need
Yeah,
you
the
to
21st,
check him
the
into
21st,
settings.
Bessie.
and get him.
Bad. Enjoy that Hantu cold brew.
What?
Oh,
Anyway,
you're all
thing.
checked in there. You can't leave, so.
I didn't do anything.
Vodka needs help. She doesn't. I appreciate you, and so does Vodka. So does Vodka. Bad! Excuse me! Where's my dance party? To an aquarium where I can see sharks. Let's do it. Let's do it. Bad! Thank you for the hype video.
Bother underscore
You are
Kathy
too
333 just
I'm
cheered
back.
You're too
1,000
sweet.
bitties.
I heckin' appreciate
Ghosts.
you.
We have a hype train.
I heckin' appreciate you. Ghost, enjoy your morning mocha. Enjoy, enjoy.
That's so cool.
Nippo shook
Thank
it.
you,
I
guys.
know. I know.
Oh,
Wait,
what
why
are
am I
you
supposed to
doing?
give Nepo baby oil? Why? My Moon. Moon said to give Nepo baby oil. Nepo,
I don't know, but
explain
is it
yourself.
broken?
Please.
You say
Please.
Why?
broken?
No, not -6. -7. Pause. -7.
Broken.
Yeah. it
Oh
was
my
for
god.
babies.
Jumbled, enjoy your twin tarts. Welcome
have
in. I have no words. Listen, we all have no words. We all have no words.
my
Thank you for the
God,
clip,
thanks.
though. Thank you for the clip. Gluten-free artistic yogurt. This is Sparta.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
What's the matter with the baby?
Dang, everybody's rolling up for the Shana. Come on, y'all, keep going.
Becca,
keep
thank you for
going.
the biddies. You didn't have to
Keep
do
going.
that.
One sub away or 200 bits from hitting Shana to the next hype. No,
You guys
no,
are crazy. You guys are crazy.
No, you're not. You're sane.
Becca,
Moonshine
enjoy
Flex
your
gifted a tier
Kool-Aid.
1 subscription to the community.
I don't. There's
Enjoy
so
your
much.
stay at
There's so
Shannon's
much.
Sunny Meadows.
So much wrong. So Vodka has to have surgery.
Do
She's
it.
got a cyst on her shoulder blade that needs removed. It's not in a good
I am
spot,
not
and it's getting
wearing a
bigger and bigger
thong.
and bigger. So they want to remove it, and they also want to scan her hips and stuff while she's under. True's just reading a book while we were dancing earlier too. I see that, True. Ray with a 30 stream streak. You guys better
Forgot
close your
about
eyes.
that.
There's a Nikki Ray in here. Also, go follow Ray, one of our newest
Somebody
members.
asked me to hold their baby
of
once, and I
Team
said, "I'm sorry, I'm vegetarian."
Caffeinated Cryptids. Go follow. Go follow. Have set up a sub goal, and once the goal is reached, I plan on doing a Kate cosplay.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Yeah. You guys, Cowboy's gonna be doing a Kate cosplay in 19 subs.
Yes.
Yep.
19 subs.
And I'm
I've-
2 away from a
I've
scuba.
sent him all of the items that he needs, so he can do his Kate cosplay. 2 away from a scuba. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
If you guys have all the scuba emotes, let's see them. Let's see them. Cooper has a scuba emote now. Hold on.
I know. I saw it.
Coopers.
It was so good.
I made it for her last night.
Everybody just wants me to wear skirt.
Look at Koopa's scuba.
Becca underscore rainbows and sunshine just resubscribed
Becca!
for 9 months at tier 1 for the
Thank
baby.
you for the 9 months. Listen,
Oh,
that's
sorry.
crazy because you said for the baby, and listen, we have a baby officially, so what are we naming our baby is the real question. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Becca. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
do that over and over again.
Just throw a grenade in the room and leave it.
Here we go.
Please. Please. Vodka and I are doing well overall, though. Pause. And also, Sarah streak with a 55 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. And Nikki Sarah in the chat, who you should be following.
Just a baby.
Valued member of Team Caffeinated Cryptids.
Just a baby.
Squirrel's wife, welcome in. Enjoy your Kool-Aid. Enjoy, enjoy. Moon, thank you for the gifted as well. Nippo can't have babies. He's vegan. We got some vodka snacks. She's passed out on the bed right now. I will throw her some.
Oh.
I will throw her some.
Whenever you are.
Oh, I have to figure out what difficulty we're gonna do. You might not want to ready up yet. I don't even know what this is on.
It's too late. We already ready.
go, vodka. Grim's wanting to F around and find out with number 9.
I want to do it with number 3.
Number 3? Okay, hold on. Let me pull number 9 first. Grim got the High Priestess. So if Grim pulls a Hangman tonight, they're safe. They're safe. High Priestess for Grim. And you said number 3?
I've got some jobs
Nepo.
ready for you.
Please tell me you see what you just pulled. Can we get some no, can we get some -7s for Nepo? -7 for Nepo, please. Enjoy your choking, Nepo. -7 for Nepo. Ah. Nepo's deafened, by the way. Nepo has no idea. Nepo has no idea. Ghost with a 10 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Ghost in the chat. A Nikki Ghost. You'll have to wait, Leigh. Give me Shana's snack. He has absolutely no idea. Absolutely no idea that he just got timed out for 69 seconds.
Nope, he has none.
-7 for Nepo.
Why did he get?
Because he pulled a Hangman.
Oh, well.
-7, Nepo. Oh, goodness gracious. Willing to sacrifice myself for Nepo? Listen, that's so valid.
I was muted and deafened, and I thought I just apologized to you, but I didn't because I was also muted.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You know, I'm welcome, Raiders. We're happy to have you. Nepo did get -7 just now, though,
just resubscribed
because
for
he pulled a
44
Hangman.
months at Dear One. Love your
Did you ban
face.
me from your chat?
I sure did for 69 seconds. I sure
By the way,
did.
y'all, Tina is a freaking amazing individual. I met them in the Spelling Bee charity stream from the Pride Guild.
Sabina, thank you for the
Y'all should
44
definitely
months.
check
I
out Tina.
love you. I hope
So
work is going
amazing
okay.
And kind and genuine. Really, really good people.
Sabina.
Really good people. And Tina's community, y'all should check out Cowboy and Shana. Also really kind, amazing, genuine people.
My goodness. My
And if y'all have to
goodness.
raid and run, that's completely fine. Please take care of yourself. For everyone's chat right now, remember, hydrate and stretch and take your medicine.
Yeah.
All that stuff. Take
Do
care of
it.
yourself.
Do
Can't
it.
help others if you can't help you.
It's true. It's true. I'm going to start YouTube, and then we can talk about what we're going to start with today, because I feel like it's going to be chaotic, but I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. Becca! Thank you for the biddies. Thank you, thank you. You are too sweet. You're too sweet. Very, very sweet. Are you guys ready for these shenanigans? Okay. I don't know how Cowboy just heard me and the timing of that. That was kind of crazy.
Baby Wednesday.
Baby Wednesday? Is that, you talking about me? Am I Baby Wednesday? All right, let's get this party started. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure. Hello, YouTube. Welcome or welcome back. Subscribe, like, comment, turn the bell on. Today we're going to be getting into some shenanigans. We're going to be playing with two of my very good friends, Nepo Daddy and King Cowboy. King Cowboy is a noob when it comes to Phasmo. Nepo Daddy used to play a lot back in the day, but has not more recently. If you've watched our videos together that we put up recently of the weekly challenge, then you'll know that Nepo does know quite a bit, but we got to refresh. We got to refresh Nepo. So, you don't have to toss a coin, do you, Shana? You don't have to. I appreciate you, though. I appreciate you, though. Nikki, enjoy your Oni muffins. Enjoy, enjoy. Grab your bingo cards if you have not.
Because I was muted earlier. I opened to look at you.
So you can play.
Pointing at the guys being funny.
Hi on YouTube,
And
Jojo.
I
Yeah.
joined Tina's stream to lurk, and like I tapped back into the game. I clicked to ready up, and then I got raided by Tina.
I love that. That's perfect.
Like,
That's perfect.
insane.
Perfect
Absolutely
timing.
insane.
Listen, everything happens for a reason, right? It happens for a reason.
We're synced up.
Why is a mimic mean? I love a mimic. I love a mimic.
Our periods
All
are
right. Oh my god, you goober. Yeah, you definitely don't want to do the difficulty that it's on right now, by the way. Just saying.
Why?
We don't want to drag Cowboy into that.
I ain't scared.
Yeah?
I ain't scared.
Let's do it. What is it?
Well,
Wait,
it
you
was
were
a
last
13
doing
13
box
times.
weren't you?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what I was doing that had it 13 times. It was APOC with 2 cursed objects. That's what
I'm
it was.
okay with APOC if we don't slow us down. I know that's no longer
Too
APOC
late.
yet.
APOC
Oh, okay,
13 times difficulty with 2 cursed objects. Cowboy asked for it. All right, Cowboy, you're running the show, Cowboy. You're running the show, Cowboy. You gotta let us know how to play.
Nightmare.
Excuse me?
You said you're not scared, so don't be scared. Don't be a little
dead.
chicken.
Okay, I'm gonna fucking die. What you mean?
Does the guest work on
I'm gonna
Monday?
hear pop, pop, bitch, pop, pop, and it's gonna be coming from the ghost because you're both gonna be dead.
There have been new reports of a
Does the
desk
guest
nearby.
work on my end?
This must be the reason
That's my specialty. I like
The
to kill
desk,
everything.
yeah.
you may be able to use it.
The
to your
guest.
advantage.
Oh, the
Guest.
guest.
Like,
No, they have to do it.
people in
They
my
have to
chat
do it.
have to go into your chat?
They have to do it in my chat. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So y'all, if y'all want to go guess the killer, go to Shana's chat.
Just the
We're
ghost, not
riveting,
just the
riveting. We're moving so fast. I love
Whoever
it.
grabbed a head cam, it's not gonna work. By the way.
Why isn't it gonna work?
The head cam, it's not the light.
Because
Cowboy, I don't.
you wanted to do
Like me,
apocalypse.
What did I do?
You wanted to do apocalypse, so that's what we're doing.
No, it's dark.
Yeah, there's no power. And the flashlights don't work. There's no evidence. And do you see how slow we are? We have no sprint, and the ghost is at 150% ghost speed.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I am not kidding you. This is what you asked for.
Yeah, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. This ghost is
Doing
mine.
Look at how fast they're moving. They look like they have to poo.
That book is not going to do you any good, Cowboy.
What do you mean?
There's no evidence.
What the hell kind of shit are we in?
This is the apocalypse challenge. This is the hardest challenge in the game.
Highest MMR version of this
Nice game. Let's go. Where's this?
All right. Shana's already spicy. Blame these two. Blame these two.
It's dark.
Did you already walk in? Oh, you're
Okay.
fine.
No.
Okay.
No,
okay,
I'm grabbing more
somebody's
items.
burping.
You walked in.
I'm grabbing more items so that like I can try and keep us at least a little bit alive.
So slow. We can still test salt, right?
Yeah. You're still hotter. Ooh, look at you guys flirting. Look at you guys flirting. Yeah, you can look for Orbeez. Don't die for the love of sliced mayo. You know, I can't make any promises right now.
Yeah.
I can't.
After this, I cannot handle it. I just can't. I can't handle walking this slow. I have ADHD.
Say thank
and
you,
I can't-
cowboy. Thank you, cowboy.
I'm ADHD and gay. I can't do it.
Well, me too, but thank you, cowboy.
Thank you, guys. It's dark, guys. It's dark. It's dark.
Yeah.
On the
we
job
should be in
training,
right
yeah.
Now. We're dropping the items in.
If you're in there right now, you're probably gonna die.
Come here.
Looks like there are others out there
Sue,
in need of help.
welcome in. Guys, Grandpappy Sue is here. Grandpappy Sue.
Deal with it.
We love Grandpappy Sue. Oh, what? Did Cowboy die? What happened?
The door shut while he was shuffling. He was like walking. He was like really close to the door. Just slowly.
Pop, pop, bitch, pop, pop. Can we get an exclamation point pop, please? Vodka, come get some snackies. Vodka. Oh, unfortunately, it has to come from a mod or VIP. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Pop, pop, bitch! Pop, pop! Tunnel me! Tunnel me!
Sorry about that, guys. He's being suspiciously quiet. I'm gonna be real honest with you. Oh, the car alarm's going off.
Oh. Hunting! Hunting!
I hear that. I hear that. I'm gonna deafen. I'm gonna deafen, because otherwise I'm not gonna be able to hear the ghost. Everything's fine.
Why is that getting... Okay, so...
You hear how fast the ghost is, cowboy? That's crazy. Cowboy's dead body in here.
What are you doing?
I didn't
Fuck up. I thought you said you were deadly. Hurry up. You got shit to do.
I'm just gonna come clam slam cowboy really quickly.
That's wild.
Don't act like you didn't like it.
Why are those messing up right now?
Because collision with the door.
No, I mean, people posting, like, the clip rate.
Oh, I don't know.
Thank you, Eli.
We can't loop, can we?
Good luck.
I don't have a thing.
I'm pretty sure the ghost is changing speed.
They are. We can't loop this. I can't see them either.
You can't see cowboy?
No, the ghost.
Well, no,
I saw
because
them for a second over there. I think they're in the garage.
It's dark. Yeah. It's definitely in the garage. All right, we got a little extra light there. Let's put this here. Let's protect our assets with this. We got to see what cursed object we have. We might be able to bring cowboy back. Well, it's not tarot cards. So, if we have a monkey paw, I'll try and bring him back. All right, we gotta let it hunt again. I'll try and see if maybe I can see it. Oh, it did not start in the garage. It started in the bathroom. I feel like it changed speeds in the garage, though.
Again, if I didn't say it, y'all, please follow that book. I know I am wild.
Maybe I'm
nobody ever
crazy.
pays attention to me, and it's amazing.
I'm paying attention to you.
You're not.
I'm paying attention to you and the ghost. Don't tell me what I am and am not doing.
Not paying attention to me.
Shy, welcome in.
Well, that was all of them.
All of what? What are you doing?
You weren't paying attention to me. Remember when you said you were paying attention to me?
Like, I'm listening. Yeah.
Every single
Did
card
you
was
take
a
all the
fool.
meds? Oh, you pulled
Every
all the
single card was
cards?
a fool. Every single one was a fool.
I didn't even hear the cards sound like you normally do.
Gonna like to grab my dinner. Enjoy,
Nightmare,
Pookie. I hope you have a super duper day again. If you're not
nightmare.
wrong.
Did you pull them while the ghost was
Nightmare.
hunting? That's why they were all fools.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, you can't pull them while the ghost is hunting, you goober.
What? I never knew that.
It'll always be a...
Sure?
Yes, it'll always be a fool if you pull it while the ghost is hunting.
I would never pull them while the ghost is hunting.
Oh, yeah?
I found the bone.
Is it cowboys?
Oh,
Sorry.
is it raining outside?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, is that Amber?
Amber's hot. Pass it on.
I'm a big fan. I'm
Who isn't a big fan of Amber?
I'm fangirling right now.
Amber the Rambler. We're all big fans. All right, I've got the monkey paw.
You want me to do it? You're the one that can probably do more than we can. Honestly, no, you would.
No, I got this.
Just, I would do it
The
closer
ghost
towards
is
you.
hunting. In the
Where?
basement this time.
No!
Guys, I think Nepo died.
I've got some jobs ready for
I'm
you.
looking at your booty, Nikki. I'm looking.
Hi, Nepo.
I'm looking.
Welcome to the dead. Oh my god, your fucking eyes. Jesus fucking Christ. That's fucking scary.
Why you me?
Oh my god, get those eyes out of here.
Oh, guys, go follow Amber if you
Oh my
haven't. We
God.
love Amber. She's hot. Pass it on. She's one of our night terrors on Nightmare Network.
Stop it.
I would do pretty much anything for her. Saf, welcome in. Enjoy your mare matcha. How are you? I hope you guys are ready for all the chaos that's probably going to happen. Is the ghost still not done hunting? My God.
Nope.
Nope. Amber's super hot, so you should go to ambershot.com.
Amber is super hot. Would you try sliced mayo for her? No. I said just about anything. Yes. Yes, Amber. My queen.
Stop! Hey! Stop clam slamming me from the afterlife!
I'm gonna clam slam you right here.
Because she's still alive. But you can't do it because you're dead.
I wish for life.
Well, I'm doing it.
Never mind, I
Okay.
don't think I can say that on Spanish screen.
Somebody's back to life.
I'm alive!
I wish for knowledge. You might not be for long.
Oh my god, you have got to be fucking shitting me. I opened the door, then it's shut in my face. You have got to be. Oh,
Dude, waste that because I threw the cock at you?
Oh
Yeah, I
my
did, because
God.
you threw the cock at me. I can't see or hear anything right now.
Enjoy the
was
cock.
Great bullshit.
Cowboy
I
came
opened
back.
The door, then it's shut in my face, and now I'm dead.
It's unfortunate, isn't it?
Set me
Double
up
down on the
again.
cock.
Yep, Eli. Yep, I got set up again.
I've been scared by a cock a time or two myself, Panda.
All right. Anybody know what the ghost is? I feel like I have an idea.
Might be a revenant.
I think it's an Ovambo.
Are you sure?
I heard it changed
He's fast
speeds.
all the time.
It's either an
Oh,
Ovambo
you know
or
what?
twins.
You know what? You're right.
But I think it
Right,
changed
'cause he
speeds
was
during the
slow.
hunt.
I think he did too. I think he did. I think it might be an Obambo as well.
Ovambo
You know
number
what?
5.
Honestly,
Pecco,
I
how
do
are
think
you?
it's-
Can we get a shout out for
it's-
Pecco, please?
I do think it is in fact an Obambo. I think you might be right.
That's my guess. I could be wrong, but that's my guess.
I think you might be right.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can get out of here. I can't see anything or hear anything.
What
so...
info did you get
What do you mean? What info?
when you wished for knowledge? You got info.
Oh yeah,
You
I
know you're
forgot.
blind.
It's
Now
not
get out
writing.
first. Get out first before you start looking at all that.
Tell me how I just did that in the pitch black. You know you
What
played
happened?
this game too much. I shut the doors.
So it's not Obambo.
Like, I shut the double doors behind me. Oh, it can't be. Oh, it can be twins then. I'm going twins then.
It can be twins. Is writing the only thing you got?
Yeah,
Scratch
yeah.
off?
It could also be a mimic.
I'm going.
Twins would make
twins.
sense with it hunting all over the place.
Yeah, I can't look at the camera either. So.
All right. You guys got twins in the book?
Yeah.
Death by cock. Imagine.
I got set up twice.
Listen, I'm just saying. You asked for this. Okay.
I didn't want to come back to life. It was a mimic.
I knew it.
Was it a mimic?
Welcome
Oh, that's
back.
crazy.
We've prepared some
I
jobs
did
for
say
you.
it could be a mimic. So, it might have been an Ovambo, that one hunt. All right. Do we want to try this again on not apocalypse difficulty?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna start with.
Peckham 9
We're gonna start with a modified
tier 1
professional.
subscription to the community.
Pecco,
Enjoy your stay at
thank you
Shana's
so
Sunny
much.
Meadows.
Exactly
Thank
what you
you
said.
so much
I
for the
did, yeah.
gifted,
That's
the 3
exactly
gifted.
what
You didn't have to do that.
Yeah, I know.
You didn't
I
have to
already
do
said
that.
it.
I appreciate you. Why are
But
you
he
making
threw
up
me
lies?
into the wolves, and he threw me into the wolves.
You did this to yourself. Don't make me
I
take
didn't do
away all your
nothing.
hiding like
I
I do
didn't do
everybody else
nothing.
and your grace period, because I will. I will take away your hiding and your grace period, cowboy.
Why are you bullying me?
Oh, why am I bullying you, Mr. You killed Sable
I mean, you did.
on
Am I wrong?
accident.
That's not what I heard.
Yeah, well, you heard wrong. Proof that Shana hates me? Oh, no, just wait. Just wait, Jojo. Just wait.
Sorry, I'm refreshing my Lurk and Jelly stream.
Okay.
I'm bad at multitasking.
No, you're doing great.
A man walks into a bar with a miniature 1-foot-tall man and a tiny piano. The
Mm-hmm.
bartender asks where he got such an incredible thing. The man said, "There's a genie fucking up wishes. Do you really think I asked for a 12-inch pianist?"
I mean, a
I tell that
12-inch
joke
pianist
often.
would be kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I would take a 12-inch pianist because, like,
I tell
imagine
that
it's like a
joke.
Barbie doll-sized pianist, and then you can carry them around and get them a little piano, and that'd be so cute.
I say that joke every once in a while, but I drag it out longer than it should be.
I'm ready.
I'm just ready for you to start making up fake stories again, because I know it's gonna happen at some point.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Me making up fake stories?
Wow,
Nepo.
making up fake stories is crazy.
I would never. I don't do things like that. You know
Okay.
who does? Shana. Dude, literally,
I'll remember this,
today, me
Nepo.
and Shana were on a voice call, and Shana literally called me.
Yeah? What slur did I call you, Nepo?
I don't think it's appropriate to say a slur. I don't think I'm going to.
No, I think you should. I think you should. Go ahead. What did I call you?
You called me the gay F slur.
I would never. I might have called you the love of my life, but I would never call you that.
I got EMF reader.
By the love of your life, you called me a slur.
I would never. I am so fast right now. Why do I feel like I'm like extra fast?
You want to come look at the cock collection? No? Okay, that was a great conversation.
A lot of people would say 12 inches is
Ooh,
long.
there's a summoning circle.
I mean,
Wait.
if, you know, I was shaking my head. Because you were extra slow fast round. You know what? That's so valid. That's so valid, Hillary. The ghost was calling about our car's extended warranty somewhere upstairs.
Answer?
No.
There's an upstairs?
Yeah. It was like maybe the last bedroom on the left. Zoomies!
I do not believe that was a Y'all hear that? It sounded like a spooky.
It invented. Who's pulling cards right now?
I found the bone. I have collected the bone.
If we're playing the kill each other game, I'm the master of this. I would like you to know, cowboy.
I don't know about that. I killed 2 people in the closet.
I
Oh my gosh, you
mean,
can't say that. It's pretty much adjacent, cowboy.
And then I locked Depo ass the
Cowboy, that's a hate crime. Like, it's
I'm
pretty
sorry,
much
Jojo.
adjacent.
I'm sorry to bring back pain memories.
I can't believe you said that.
I'm sorry. Jojo, I am sorry to bring back that.
cowboy's pulling
Guys,
cards without
this
me.
is- Cowboy, you're just really out here like coming for people, ain't you?
Where's the ghost at?
No, it had to be Nepo. Nepo, did you pull a sun? Nepo, where'd you put the tarot cards?
I'm not pulling any cards. Cowboy is.
I already took a photo. Nepo, somehow you have 100% sanity and everybody else doesn't. Did you pull a sun card or no?
I have not pulled any cards. I stayed in the light. That matters.
This ghost is all over the place.
Literally, yeah, look, chat's even confirming.
Yeah, I had EMF in here.
Yeah, the ghost was venting on you in here.
I
But the temps are too high. I don't know. I don't know if I believe you.
Oh my gosh, Shana, I would never lie to you. But you know who would?
Right there. Well, don't even.
Cowboy.
Yeah?
I would never, Shana, I would never lie to you.
Cowboy would.
I literally
This is the ghost room.
Cards.
Here's the cards! I found the cards!
Oh, did you?
Look who's there.
I found the cards!
Oh, they're all pulled, huh?
You know what? And you know what? And you know who I saw in here earlier? And you know who I saw in here?
I was never in there with that, but you were.
You literally went in there earlier. Nah, I'm not with you, Cowboy. No, Cowboy's playing a game today.
This is all you, Nepo.
Cowboy's playing a game today.
Oh, you are trying to lie and put that shit on my name. Oh my god! I fucking hate you. I hate you so much. I fucking hate you. I hate it here. Oh, where you at, Nepo? Where you at? Grab my shit.
That's what you get for using the cards without me. That's my favorite item. That's
I didn't use the cards! Are you serious? It was all Nepo!
Didn't use them!
And somebody pulled a high priestess. And somebody pulled a high priestess.
It was Nepo. He's lying.
I'm telling you on every... Shana, Leigh. Shana, we've had both. You know me. You know me.
You guys are on your own. Hey, Ghost! Ghost, come here! Ghost! Ghost!
Wow, Cowboy fucking lied. Get him, Shana!
Mom, can you come pick me up? All right, whose chat is gonna tell the truth? Who pulled the cards? Who did it? I have evidence. Oh, please share. Please share, Jojo. Please present your evidence.
There it is. There it is, the evidence. Look at it.
I'm being framed!
Look at it.
I'm being framed! I didn't do nothing!
That's
Cowboy,
crazy.
See? Look, my chat is on my defense because I didn't do shit. Amber was in here. Eli was in here. Scully was in here. Callie Piso was in here. Hannah was in here. They also, literally, me and Amber were on the phone.
We have a clip.
Me and Amber were on a phone call. We were FaceTiming. And I was like, do you think that Cowboy would pull some stuff? And Amber was like, I don't know. I'm just hot and sexy and over here living my best life. And I was like, you know what? You're right, Queen. You continue doing that. I'm going to go back to the game. And then what happened? I turned around and there was Cowboy in the corner pulling stuff.
Well, you'll be happy to know Cowboy has joined you in death.
I'm dead.
Hey,
Don't believe the propaganda. I don't, Amber. I don't. Because I see the evidence right there. I see the evidence right there.
Let me watch this clip real quick to see who did it.
watch the clip. It's a lie. It's AI.
Someone just died. I'm screaming. Yeah, that would be Nepo. We have freezing, by the way.
Don't watch it.
Oh,
Don't
look
watch
at
it.
this. Oh, in that bedroom.
Don't look at it. It's a lie.
Then you dropped it there. Interesting.
And you even dropped it. Wow.
I had been playing on stream.
I know. I believe you. I believe you, Cowboy.
It never happened.
I believe you, Cowboy.
Yep.
I believe you.
See, I didn't lie to you. Who lied to you? Nepo.
Nepo did. Nepo did.
I never did it. I never did it. I would like to make a statement.
How does that make you feel, Shana? How does that make you feel?
I need to apologize.
Absolutely, absolutely betrayed.
I need to make a public
I know.
-7, Nepo.
See, if
-7.
If that was me, I would have told you I used it.
Clips AI. You can't do that and it be a Twitch clip though. Also, Moon is streaking with a 3-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and Naked Moon in here.
Naked Moon and a lying cowboy. That's insane.
That, Interesting.
Naked Moon and a lying Nepo.
No, I don't. I would never lie.
Yeah.
I literally, I can listen. I am so non of a
Can
liar.
you present your evidence to the court, please?
You know what? I am going to download it and put it on all my socials. That's it.
I can present you at least
Are you gonna make a Twitter doc?
30. I think I can present you with 36 inches of cock, and that will suffice.
Damn.
No,
If
I don't think.
present you with 36 inches of cock, can we just let this go?
No, we cannot.
Why?
Because I don't want to. Where are you?
Okay.
How old
my
are you?
neighbor listening
Can you
to
speak
yell,
to me?
"Can I present you with
Can you
36
talk to
inches
me?
of cock?"
Are you young?
Probably.
Are you old? Are you French? Are you pizza? Are you Lisa? Where are you? How old are you? Are you sexy? Are you single? I don't see Orbeez. Oh, I don't have a UV to check that.
Can't believe that
Oh,
you lied. to
I know.
Shana. Wow. I am.
Cass, I
very,
love
like,
you. Love and lurks. I love you. Guys, go follow Mama Cass if you haven't. Go follow Mama Cass. We love her. I love that you're as pretty as I am. I love that for me too, Queen. I love that for me too. I hope you're doing well today. I hope you're doing well today.
You do what? Stop
Dude
being
looked like he was
disappointed in
screaming
me.
in the
No,
corner.
no.
Definitely looked in a. Look how Cowboy died though.
No, what is that?
That's Pizza's emote. Spooky times up. Pookie Pie. Oh my god. Amber, show Nepo the stripper pole one.
I follow it, right? I should. I know I follow
If you
it.
don't, you should.
I don't, and I feel like the worst person in the world. And Amber, I follow you now, and I love you.
Wow, that's another lie.
Wow,
So you guys were
fake
like,
friend.
That wasn't. Hey, hang on.
Fake
Hold
friend.
Hold up before you come for me on this one.
Welcome to Shana's court, right?
I
Yeah,
thought
I love
you
that
were-
one, Amber. I love that one.
And Amber posts like the most amazing selfies ever, and literally.
Dude,
I didn't
Amber's
think
so
that I
hot.
I didn't think that I had a gag reflex until I saw Amber's social media.
It's true, because Amber's
I
so
have been-
effing hot.
I have been gagging like this.
I literally have Amber's poster on my wall.
Dropped dead, died on the ground, could not get back up. Life alert. I need.
So, hold on a second. So, Nepo lies to Shana, and Nepo hates Amber. Wow, you are on a roll
Cowboy,
tonight.
hey,
You
Cowboy,
are on a
I'm gonna
roll
let you know one
tonight.
more thing really quick. I will lie to Shana any fucking day. What I
Wow!
will is come for Amber. And what you better not ever.
Well, no, because you're gay.
Back the fuck up, Cowboy. Because what I'm telling you now is that I would never, ever come for Amber.
No, because you're gay.
I'm gonna come for you, but I'll never go for Amber.
You hate her. It's like it was confirmed.
Don't you ever make up these allegations about me coming for Amber like that again.
But you would lie to Shana anytime is wild to say.
You will.
sir.
100%. No, get the fuck out of my house.
You
Get the fuck out of my house.
Get out.
You're
Get
both
out.
dead here. Neither of you are
My life,
leaving.
Get the fuck out. You can go sleep with the
out.
rats.
Get
You know,
out.
I need a Ouija board to exercise this motherfucker from my existence.
Well, unfortunately, you used all of the tarot cards.
Yeah, you used
So-
it and then lied about it. How does that make you feel?
Never gonna play with us again.
Unfortunately, you used all of the tarot cards, Nepo, meaning your one way to come back to life was ruined because you were lying to me and using my tarot cards.
I used my privilege to save Cowboy, and now I'm being targeted. I feel like this is a hate crime.
You know what?
And
To
it
be
is
fair,
Pride Month adjacent.
to be fair, she's not gonna play with us anymore, and it's your fault.
And you. Lipstick in my Valentino white bag.
What is happening with my life right
The ghost
now?
is like, what the fuck, and eating popcorn.
The ghost probably left. The ghost probably ran the hell away. He's like, get me out of here. I don't want to be in this house. I want nothing to do with this. I have no part of this.
Like, what the fuck is
Has the
going on?
ghost even hunted?
No, because I took sanity pills. Oh, wait, we have writing? Try this again. Where are you? How old are you? Why would Nepo lie to me? I thought Nepo was my friend. I thought Nepo loved me. Ghost, please help me. Please answer my questions. Thank you. You know what? The ghost decided that you get 20 to life. Oh wait, you already died. Well, I guess he means you can't. You're here forever because you're never coming back to life.
I feel targeted.
Cry me a river.
Oh my fucking
Cry me
gosh!
a
I feel like
river.
I'm telling you guys right now.
Cry me a river.
Does not like me. She told me.
Cry me a river.
I don't have time to scare corny guys. Don't have
She
time.
told me as I joined her on stream, she was gonna target me. I just didn't think it was like this.
You might have taken sanity pills, but you're still crazy, or did you mean game-wise? Oh no, I'm definitely still crazy, but that has nothing to do with anything.
Do we have
This whole game.
We have two pieces of evidence.
We do. I have been checked out this whole match.
Grab those cheat sheets. Grab them. Make sure you have the bingo cards too.
Daddy.
Oh, the ghost just tried to eat the crucifix again. I need it to like
was
step
mean.
in the salt so I can check for UV. Do we got feet? No feet.
Shana, I just want to say that I wish I was alive to help.
Cowboy! You got something on your nose, bitch! It's a little brown!
No feet. Oh, dots!
We got dots?
It's in a swan. Oh my god. You know what the great part about this is? You guys could have just gone into a hiding spot and the ghost wouldn't have fucking killed you!
Well, I couldn't because I was trying to defend you guys. I took one for the team, you know? Because, like, I love you guys.
Yeah, he was too busy using tarot cards.
I was locked into saving you guys. I literally, like, ran and I was like, you know what? They're gonna go for my friends. I'm gonna run in and save
Watch,
my friends.
watch. Aw, hi buddy, bye buddy.
Get out of here with your bullshit. and I'm Shana Leigh, and I think I know everything.
When it comes to Phasmo, I just might.
I know just about almost everything, but not all of it.
That's right. Yeah. Not literally everything, but almost. Hi, buddy. Bye, buddy.
What happened?
So unfortunate. Did somebody throw a knife at me? I have this to defend myself now. Oh. What's wrong with your stream? It says you're live. I just kind
Now I
of
am.
I think it restarted. I think it
It
restarted.
restarted on its own.
Oh yeah, you've only been live for 4 minutes.
Yeah, I see that. On OBS it says 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Shouldn't have been pulling tarot cards in the corner.
We have proof, Nepo.
I would like it to be submitted to the court. Miss Ice Queen, hi!
The proof has been submitted to the court, Nepo. Do you have any proof?
Yeah.
Mm? Would you like to present it to the court, please?
Yeah.
Yeah?
So, okay, we're listening.
Make sure you have a swan in your book. I'm going to hit the button while you present your evidence.
I left here forever with Cowboy. No, let me back in the truck. Let me back in the truck.
These are the consequences of your own actions.
Yep, Shana's the judge. I am part of the jury. So go ahead, defend yourself.
I've prepared some jobs for you.
We're ready to hear your defense, Nepo. Please step forward.
Sorry, I was talking to my chat because I care about my community.
Oh my god!
All right.
So
Okay, Nepo.
here's the thing. I'll tell you
I
what
see
happened.
you.
I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened. So there I was, right? And I was streaming, and I was living my best life. And while I was streaming, I pulled up Cowboy's stream to see if he was cheating, right? And I was watching his stream on my stream, and sure enough, he was in a corner gooning.
Cowboy, would you even know what cheating was in this game? Considering you're new.
No,
He's
I
pulling
don't know. I
He was
have
pulling
no idea.
every single card, and I have it on my stream. In fact, I think it's that same clip y'all are watching. That's me watching Cowboy.
Oh.
Really?
So,
Really?
yeah. It is. Everyone was there. They saw it.
I
and
find
that's what
Nepo
happened.
guilty.
I find you gay.
What the
You can cheat in Phas, Sasha. There are people who use like hacks and cheats and stuff, and it does break the rules in terms of service. But
And I don't
you
cheat.
know who was cheating with my tarot cards?
Cowboy.
No, not Cowboy.
Perfect timing. Let's go focus on the
Nepo
Raiders.
Daddy.
Let's focus on the Raiders.
Rose, welcome in. Welcome in, Rose Patch Gaming. Guys, please tug the button at the top of your screen. Go give Rose Patch a sneaky cheeky follow. It's free to do so. I want to pre-apologize to all of the Raiders because I'm here with Chaos number 1 and Chaos number 2, and I'm Chaos number 69. So,
Wait,
welcome in.
Who's 1 and 2?
The Rose Patch Gaming just traded with 11 views.
That's very important.
Who's 1 and who's 2?
Yeah, that's very important. I mean, very equally, I would say.
I mean, honestly, I think it depends.
Just say it. Just say it.
He lied to you.
Nepo.
Remember that.
Nepo.
Yeah?
Nepo's number 1. Nepo's.
So that means Cowboy's
No.
number 2, which means he's shit?
No, that's not what that means. Nepo's Chaos number 1.
And Cowboy's shit number 2.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I hope the ghost kills you.
I'll teach you how to get the ghost to kill him. Stick with me, Cowboy. I got you.
We kill him. Yeah, he's dead.
You gotta stick with me, Cowboy.
I feel so targeted right now.
Because you lied.
I didn't lie. I just exaggerated the truth.
I'm gonna
That's
DM you something,
lying.
Cowboy.
It's
Okay, I
not
got you.
lying. It's exaggerating.
Waffles,
the
welcome
truth.
in. Welcome in.
Sure. Do you sleep good at night knowing that?
Yeah.
Are you gonna
I
sleep
sleep
good at
great
night
at
tonight
night.
knowing that you lied to Shana and you hate Amber?
In fact, whoa. Hold up. Hang on. 3 things were true. 1.
3 things.
3 things were true!
I did in fact do that last weekend.
I'm sorry, Amber. I don't hate you though, Amber. I don't.
2.
I'm gonna sleep
I
terribly.
follow
Poor
you on
Amber.
Twitch and all your socials, by the way.
Poor
Hey,
Amber. Poor Amber. Poor Amber.
2. Number 1. What they said I did last weekend, I did in fact do. Number 2. I lied to Shana, and I admit it. I pulled the tarot cards. Number 3. I gave my life for Cowboy.
Can somebody clip this,
But what
please?
is not true is me hating Amber the Rambler. I love Amber.
I mean, you
The
just
Rambler.
followed her today.
And number 4, I have 36 inches of caulk in my garage. Oh my god, I fucking love y'all so much.
Shana's like, I am not playing.
Shana's
These motherfuckers
never gonna
ever
stream this
again.
again. She's like, dude, I can never.
And ads, but hi, Rose. I hope you had an amazing stream. Tell us about us. Let us know when you're streaming next. Let us know when you're streaming next. Welcome in. Welcome in. Well, so far we've just been killing each other on purpose, and by that I mean
I would take a non.
Nepo tried to kill us, and I killed them.
Get him, Calypso. Get him.
I would stub my toe for you, Amber.
You wanna ready up?
Oh, y'all
for
are
Amber?
waiting on me.
You wanna ready up for Amber, Cowboy?
Ready up for Amber? Oh my gosh, you haven't ready up for Amber?
Yes, I am ready.
You don't like Amber?
Oh, here we go. Shana started this. Shana started that.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment before starting the investigation.
Hey.
Whoever was here must have summoned the
Killed them with a spawn. All they had to do was hide. Oh no.
Rocket, y'all.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. 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 Cool.
But no! I'm picking them up and I'm leaving. You're not getting these cards.
My game
Welcome
just
back.
kicked me.
There's some jobs ready for you.
Did it actually?
Yeah.
I picked up your cards.
I don't know.
How do you feel about yourself? Wow.
Did it actually get you?
I think it was my internet. I think my internet might have blipped.
Not here.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, Cowboy, did you back out already?
No, I'm gonna pick a ghost. What ghost are you going with?
Oh no.
You want to pull the cards with me?
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here. I hear
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay,
my
just to
internet
let you
just
know.
blipped for a moment.
Okay, just to let you know, he's about to pull the cards.
Yeah,
Him.
she won't come back
Him.
in. We're gonna have to go out, so you can pull them. Right here.
No, I'm not falling for your trap.
What?
Hold on, I'm
pull
gonna
them.
pull it up
Wait,
so you
no,
guys
no,
can
no.
see.
Like, no, Shana's not in the match, so we could just
I
take
know
turns.
she's not.
Go ahead, just
I
pull
got
the cards.
devil.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull up both of you so everybody can see.
We got this.
Side by side here. Side by side. Let me increase our quality for a moment.
We got a priestess! That's
Did you
two in a row!
Was it real or
Yes.
did it sparkle purple?
It was real, it was gold!
Okay. Did it sparkle purple afterward?
No, it was gold! The moon.
Okay.
We're dead!
I need one of you to pull a frickin' hangman right now. Pull a hangman right now. Wait, who's pulling cards while the ghost is hunting?
We hunted, why? Make it.
I'm showing Discord. Oh shoot,
was
it's on the wrong
trying.
screen. Hold on. I got my display capture on the wrong screen. You guys didn't even get to see. You're looking at Jelly, which is totally fine. We love Jelly. Go follow Jelly.
We love Jelly. Go follow Jelly. Everybody go follow Jelly. Wait, let me guess
My
before you
bad.
leave. Let me go with...
Glad those weren't private DMs that I was
What are you going
He was
showing.
normal speed. He seemed normal speed. What do you think?
What do you think? What are you going with?
No, I'm gonna just click
I'll go with that on that.
I have no info. I've just picked a random thing.
Okay. Is that a dog? Yeah, that's vodka. If she's sitting here, she's not sitting here right now.
It was a gin.
It was a gin. I love that you got a high priestess again, though.
That's insane, though, right?
That's some good luck. Alright, I gotta move you guys back to your respective
lobby.
spots.
Give me a
I left the
code.
lobby.
Yeah, me
Okay.
too.
No, thank you so much for the raid, Rose. Thank you for coming in with your community. And guys, once again, please go give Rose lots of love. It is free to do so. I heckin' appreciate you, Rose. I hope you have a wonderful night. Phasmo did look a lot like DBD. Listen. We were watching Jelly,
Once I get
but in
in,
like
I gotta go
160p because I gotta turn everybody down when I'm streaming. Otherwise,
I'll ready up
things
so
explode.
y'all can go in.
A taste.
You guessed correctly. Hell yeah.
Congrats on that guess. That's freaking awesome, honestly. What you eating?
That's
Oh,
so
I was
freaking
having some
cool.
Baby Bell cheese and probably way too many for my own good because I'm lactose intolerant, but they're really good. Nepo, your eyes are still a little...
And you know what? I'm not judging you in your eyes.
This
And
is
I'm
how
judging you in
Nepo
your
feels every time he hangs out with me. This face right here.
I'm literally, I did a line of Coke, I took a Xanax, and then I popped some candy corn. and
Don't do
I'm
that,
pretty
kids.
much
This
good.
is not an endorsement. This is not an endorsement.
This is
Please.
endorsed by Shana Leigh.
No, God.
Shana Leigh said,
Nepo, please.
Up is down is the candy coins.
Nepo's trying to get me canceled. Nepo's trying to get me
100%.
canceled, you guys. Listen, you don't have to try. Just -7, you know?
-7.
-7.
Okay, I'm going to go AFK just for a second.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta. Did ads already play?
Oh, I don't know.
Did I play ads already? I don't think I did. Calypso?
No. That's totally fine. That's totally fine, Jojo.
Check the equipment. Get set up before investigating. New intel. Reports of light switching. Possibly harmless, but be careful out there.
I don't like when I come back.
No, never.
I'm running ads. I'll be right back.
I'm just
Okay.
I just don't want to die. I'm sorry.
Oh, by the way, we're on 2 evidence, and there's no tarot cards this time, apparently. That's unfortunate. Panda's playing Phaz. Panda said, I'm not even paying attention. I'm playing my own Phaz games where my friends are not trying to unalive me. Cowboy, come to the
Yes.
garage real quick.
Yes.
Do you have your push to talk turned on in game?
I think so. Can you hear me in game?
Okay, yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna mute. Okay, so there's hiding right here. Just so you know. Just make sure your electronics are off. We have a mirror that's right there. I'm
Okay.
gonna... We're just gonna hide that for a minute. So let's go see. I think the other thing... Yeah, good. Don't show those. Don't show those.
Yeah.
Okay. And then... Wait. I have to grab the music box. Shit. Go in there. Okay, there we go. That works. Okay, let's find the ghost room. I'm gonna go grab a thermo.
We'll grab the EMF.
Okay. Woo. Alright, make sure you guys get your guesses and stuff in.
I think we need to fire Nepo. He's just staying.
You're proud of me? What are you proud of me for? What are you proud of me for? Nepo is currently being a van princess. It's a job.
Sorry, I was AFK for a second.
That's fine.
I was going AFK, but you didn't.
No, I heard you. I was just letting Cowboy know that that's still a job, that you were being a van princess. Oh, it's in the boys' room, back right.
Back right?
Mm-hmm. Upstairs.
There's...
Yes. I love it when the three of you stream together. I'm glad to hear that, Pause, because I have a lot of fun playing. Did you guys see what my arm just did? There's no way that was normal. Oh, the ghost is already trying to hunt. Oh, Cowboy, your open comms are on, by the way. You might want to go into your settings and make sure you turn that ish off. Oh, his arm did it too. I don't know. A lot of things. You know exactly what I'm talking about this time. Oh, okay. Got it. It's probably the same button, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just turned push the profile.
Okay, yeah, because you don't want the ghost to get you if we're in hiding or anything, so.
Yeah.
It's ghost writing.
Oh.
Ghost
okay.
writing?
There we go.
Oh,
for
good job.
all of our
Good
guessers.
job.
For all our guesses
Proud of you.
playing at home.
Did I miss other stuff?
No, just writing.
No.
We're only getting 2 evidence. I don't know if you heard me say that before you left.
Oh, I did not.
I upgraded us. You guys did too professional. I don't see Orbeez. What's your sanity? Sanity is... I don't know. Can anybody math for me? 2 people are close to 100, and then somebody's at 0.
Oh, who's at 0?
I found the bone. Do we want to take a photo of it?
Nepo's
It's
at
downstairs.
0.
Nepo, why are you at 0?
I've literally been AFK this whole time.
Exactly.
What happened to your sanity, Nepo?
Bestie, I've literally been AFK this whole game.
Go to the truck and take your sanity pills, please.
The bone is in the basement.
Okay, go get your sanity pills. Take your drugs. I know you're on some because of those eyes.
I took the sanity pills out of the van.
There's no sanity pills! You guys are trying to get me killed!
What are you, Nepo?
The ghost has already hunted twice. The ghost has already hunted twice.
There are no sanity medications in the truck.
What? Did you take them all?
No! You guys are coming for me!
Why would we do
Oh
something
my
like
gosh!
that?
Whoa! No way!
He took the mirror. He took the mirror. It's used. That's why he has 0 sanity.
Is that Cyrene?
Oh.
Do you guys know who Cyrene is?
No. I miss when you could be at 100% and take them all. I know, me too. Me too. The Sabo, that would happen. The Sabo.
Oh.
Oh, Panda's playing professional
Cyrene,
too.
welcome
Let's
in.
go. You'll have
How
to
are
let us
you?
know what ghost you get, Panda.
So, Nepo, I have a question for you, bud. Why is your sanity at 0?
Pookie, I've been AFK this whole game and
Really?
no.
Really? You didn't break that mirror in there?
I have no
Nepo?
I have
Go back in your VOD, Nepo.
Go back into the VOD, Pookie.
Nepo, come help. Come inside.
You're trying to kill me!
No, I'm trying to get evidence.
Did you take your sanity pills?
Kill me! There are none! I've said that multiple times, Cowboy! You guys are gonna kill me! And Cyrene is in my chat right now! I'm trying not to fangirl!
Well, you haven't told us who Cyrene is.
Did! But you guys are trying to plot to kill me!
I'm not plotting to kill you.
Cyrene is the singer! She sings Apathy! And Lorelai!
I'd have to.
It's iconic!
I'd have to hear the songs. I'm terrible with names. I'm terrible.
She's iconic.
I believe you. I believe you.
Not. Why would we kill you?
Nepo, we're a team.
We're a team here, okay?
Cowboy, shut up.
You are very sassy today. You broke the light.
The breaker's in the basement. I'm gonna get it turned on. What is that clip about, Jojo? What is going on? I don't even know. Nepo's hallucinating.
You broke the mirror. That's why
Can you spirit box for me, Nepo, please?
No!
Please?
No!
Nepo!
You guys are trying to kill me!
Why are you...
Nepo, you've been in this truck.
Why are you so dramatic?
You are so dramatic.
Nice to meet you, Cyrene.
You can punch me, kick me, pull my hair. I am A-OK being stabbed. Biting and scratching are on the table. You
It's
can
genuinely
use
so iconic
fire.
that you came in.
So Nepo?
Oh my gosh. Guys, just get it over with. Just kill me.
Well, why are you being so dramatic?
Nepo, you're being dramatic.
Yeah, you're being dramatic for no reason. Like, we're trying to get evidence here. And you've been AFK in the truck, right?
Hey, ghost! 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 Come here! Oh my god, it's not hearing me. Ghost?
Nepo, there's a broken mirror over here, Nepo.
You use the mirror, Nepo.
Yeah, you lied again.
I'm tired of you guys coming for me. And my brand.
Did you or did you not use
Where are
the mirror?
you? How old are you?
I
Can you speak to me?
handle you guys.
Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old? Nepo, you definitely use the mirror.
Yeah, you did.
I can't believe you guys are coming at me like this.
Nepo. No lie.
It could be a yokai, Hillary. It just wasn't picking up my comms in the beginning.
I think he used the music box too.
No, that was me.
Oh, that's you. Okay.
Oh, now you tell the truth.
Oh, it's a baby.
Wow.
No, I've been telling the truth the whole time because I don't lie to my friends, Nepo.
Then she tried to kill me.
I don't lie to my friends, Nepo.
Oh, is it hunting?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh.
I forgot to start a spirit timer. How you doing today, Paul? It's good to see you.
How far are we away from the cake cosplay?
Oh, wait, on
19? That's it?
Yeah.
That's so weird. It was only is it only Twitch that did that? Is YouTube okay? Are we good on YouTube?
So, do we only have writing?
Yeah.
No, we have EMF 5.
Do we?
Did we just get it?
We just got it.
From the van? Or... Oh, no, you're in here. Okay.
The Myling, Jade, or Spirit?
Did you do your spirit? You said you forgot to do a spirit timer. I set a crucifix down. You want me to pick it up and...
I mean, you can leave it.
Can we still get...
I mean, it'll protect the ghost from, like, hunting on top of you. I mean, I started it late, but... You know. Oh my god.
It's an event, right?
That was a little shadow event in the corner right here. A little child ghost.
Where did I see it?
It was by the shelf.
Educate!
Right here.
Oh, you look just like him.
Shut up. Wow. Oh, you just called me an onion head child. What the hell? What the hell, Nepo?
I feel like I can't do anything right today, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and stream here, guys. I appreciate
Nope,
you all.
nope. Get back over here, Nepo. Get back over here, Nepo.
We're gonna wrap it up and raid out.
Get back over here, Nepo.
Nepo,
I
get
think
back in the house.
Jelly's live. We're gonna go
Nepo,
see Jelly.
get back in the house.
Only happened to me and only on Twitch. Might be
Get back
something
in the
with
house,
UK
Nepo.
servers. Oh, that's so weird. That's so weird. I wonder if because Cowboy had an issue with his stream too. I wonder if Twitch is just having issues, possibly.
Euphoria, running in my blood tonight.
Sing it, Nepo. This ghost is taking 5 billion years to hunt. I feel like it's a spirit. Work was stressful? Why was work stressful? Twitch is good? Okay, good. I'm glad, Avi. Avi, how are you? Alright, I've got spirit in my book.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Okay. Did you just waste my smudge stick?
By accident, I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button, I'm sorry.
I'm reporting you to the boss when we get back.
No, don't do it.
I'm reporting you. I'm reporting
He
you
used
to
the
Mr.
mirror.
Phasmophobia.
He used the mirror. I
He
lied
didn't.
about it again.
He didn't waste my incense that I have to pay for.
That's a
See,
bigger.
it was
That's a
a
bigger
spirit.
crime. That's a bigger
It was a
crime.
spirit.
The biggest crime is taking the tarot cards
Disrespectful.
and using them.
Welcome back. I've got
Yeah,
some jobs
tell-
ready.
Yeah,
Nepo.
Nepo.
Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Nightmare.
Not Nepo
Nightmare.
just starting to
Nightmare.
sing.
Nightmare.
Not Nepo
Nightmare.
just starting
Nightmare.
to sing. All right, we're doing one evidence next.
Alright, that is it for me. I gotta go to bed.
Cowboy,
I got work in the morning.
No, you don't.
you're
Yes, I
quitting.
do.
You're quitting Ghost Hunters Incorporated.
I kind of have to.
No,
I get some sleep.
no,
No.
that's illegal. This is your job
That's
now.
illegal.
This is your
What,
job
like,
now. This is your life.
You're gonna pay me?
In adoration. Everybody follow Cowboy.
We love Cowboy. Thank you for joining us, Cowboy.
Oh, it was definitely fun.
We appreciate you joining.
I know
Thank
the
you for
rules.
DBD.
What do you mean?
Pa said, one more, Cowboy, one more.
Do one more, and that's it.
Cowboy didn't break the rules tonight. You know who did?
Nepo. Yep. Yes, he did.
I don't know what we're talking about, but I do think somebody should give Cowboy 5 gifted subs or 4.
The fuck?
Or preferably 5 for the discount.
It doesn't end until Shana lets you free? Damn, I'm dead. Shit. I'm never getting.
You'll never go free.
You'll never go free.
Never. Ready up, Cowboy.
I'll never go free. It's okay. Got this.
He's doing an awesome Kate cosplay soon. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
He is. He is. He is. He's gonna wear a miniskirt and a thong and everything.
He's not wearing a thong, Nebo.
He's wearing it today. What do you mean?
Oh, did he send you a pic of his thong today?
He did. He did.
Yeah?
He did. Yeah. I have proof. I have photo evidence.
I'm so happy for you.
It is the best photo I've ever received from anyone.
Oh, what am I gonna do with these two? What am I gonna do?
Well, maybe we could all live if, you know, Neville stops.
Let's lock in. Let's lock. What do you mean?
Tarot cards breaking the mirror. You know what I mean.
You could have done shit, Cowboy.
Bullshit. We have proof. There's a rip here.
Cowboy in a thong sounds like an interesting
There's
thing
a
to
hiding
see.
place over here in garage. Is it Ouija? Is it Ouija spawn over
It's
here? No, it
it's not Ouija and it's not mirror.
I'm getting paw.
There's ribs.
Oh,
right here.
Yeah, some ribs. Baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. It's not the paw.
There's gotta be something circled.
Next time, send them to prison. Honestly, I think we should take Nepo to prison after this, just for like a little palate cleanser.
Well, he does, and then lies about it.
Oh, it's not. So it's the music box then again.
Oh, I didn't even look to see if it was the music box.
Then when he gets caught, he lies about it again.
Oh my gosh, Cowboy! So if you look around your immediate surroundings, Cowboy, you might find a door. Go the fuck through it and leave.
And you'll be right behind me.
Wow! That's so aggressive. Wait, did one of you turn the lamp on in this room?
Probably Nepo.
I did not.
You did not? So then the ghost did. So the ghost is in the same room then.
Which room?
The boys' room on the back right, and it's not a mare because a mare will never turn on a light.
There you go. See?
I picked up the bone.
Pick up the boner?
Yeah. I think they both might have died.
Oh! 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 I see what's going on here. Hey, perfect! Oh, look at what we have here. Look at what, oh my, look at I'm out of here. No, you guys hate me. You guys hate me. You guys absolutely hate me.
Eating Shana 36 inches of cock, and I'm signing off.
Look at what we have here. Nepo 2.0. What is in your hands?
Cock right now.
Shana?
Yeah, these would be tarot cards, Cowboy. You want me to teach you how to use them properly?
What's in your hands, Shana?
Oh, I'm muted. These would be tarot cards, Cowboy. Would you like me to teach you how to use them properly?
Oh no, I am dead! I am dead because of you!
Or maybe I'll bring you back. Maybe I'll pull a hangman. Who knows what's gonna happen? It's a wild night for all of us.
One more game, and then killed us.
We can reset. Listen, to be honest, Cowboy, I did not mean to kill you. I was trying to kill Nepo.
I know.
No. She literally told me. Don't even.
Oh yeah?
Bullshit.
Give me the proof. Where's the proof?
I have a clip.
Yeah.
Then I pull up Shana's stream and then I see her laughing her ass off with the.
Oh my
tarot
god, I
cards
thought
in
that
her
was
hand.
real. I pulled a hangman, but it wasn't real. It was a fool. Oh my god, that would have been hilarious. It's very hot and humid, Scully. Very hot and humid. I'm very, very not happy about the weather, honestly.
I just for real.
I'm gonna need therapy.
We're only rest in peace in Cowboy. We're not rest in peace in Nepo. I get it. I understand where your loyalty lies. I get it. I understand. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No, I remember. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
The saw is
candy corn
erect.
did fuck up my memory. I remember a lot of things. I remember a lot of things.
Yeah?
Don't worry. When I go to stream the next day, I'll remember this. I'll remember all of you. I remember all of you. I remember.
Your head hurts now. Why's your head hurt, Paz?
Oh my god.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No, it's not that deep. It's fine. It's whatever. I'll just remember. I'll just remember.
I'm so glad that you've got a good memory, Nepo. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, he said
That's
it
fine.
like
It's
a
fine.
million times.
Why don't you remember the time that you tried to kill Cowboy and I twice?
You did kill Cowboy. I remember the time that you did.
Yeah, you did too.
Car
How about that?
313 just resubscribed for 4 months at Dear
Do you remember the time that you lied to me
Confirmed.
multiple times?
Called me a slur.
I did not. Stop saying that.
I remember the time.
Car, thank you for the
that-
4 months. How are you? I appreciate
Well,
you.
don't forget that she killed Sable.
Ah, that was an
I remember
accident.
the time that you killed Sable.
Cowboy?
I remember
Cowboy,
the
whose
most
side are you
magical
on?
14 seconds that
I'm
I
on your
gave
side
you.
always.
Okay,
And
then.
it was an accident.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Nepo
you.
lied to your face today.
He lied to both of
Lied
our
to you.
faces.
Yeah. Uh-huh. About the mirror, too.
I'm doing well,
And we-
Car. What are you up to this fine evening? It's not an Oni, guys.
What makes you think that?
Because it Noni breathed me, but also that means it's not a
No, it
Cormos.
didn't. No, it didn't.
Nepo,
Passing out.
I can tell. I can tell. I can tell. Nepo's having a hard time, you guys.
Nepo's having a rough
Nepo's having a really hard time. Nepo, after this, you and I are gonna practice looping together.
No, I don't want to loop. I did great on my own. I don't need you.
Did you?
Oh my fucking god.
If you can loop a kill it, you can loop a ghost that's trying to kill you. You know?
What are you doing?
Trying to
Are
get
you
one
trying to
piece
figure
of
out the ghost?
evidence. Yeah.
Poogie, reset.
Did you want to? Okay. Get your ghost guesses in, guys. It's probably a normal speed ghost. It sounded pretty normal, honestly.
I don't.
It can't be a mare. So it can't be any of these. I'm gonna rule out the ones that it can't be, based on what I was hearing. We didn't have Salt down to test for Galu, so I don't know about that. All right, and here's our options. Here's our options. If you want it to be random bad, you have to put the word random afterward. It's exclamation point ghost or exclamation point guess and then random. I'm gonna go with Onryo. Actually, you know what? It killed Nepo first. It's a glory hole.
It spawned.
Even
Wait,
better.
Are you gonna say something? What is this? Why am I catching all these motherfucking strings?
It's a race.
It took you a second, Nepo. It took you a second.
I guessed it correctly.
There's some jobs ready for you.
I guessed it correctly.
Did you actually? I love that.
I did.
I love that.
I did.
I love that. That was freaking hilarious.
Catching so many strays.
I mean, you brought it upon yourself, Nepo.
How?
Truly.
By being gay? Are you hate criming me?
By lying?
By lying.
You lied to both our faces.
A lie
Lying.
is not a glory
Lying
hole
while gay. Lying while gay.
A lie does not
Yeah.
a glory hole thing.
You lied while gay.
The quick
Lying
brown
while
fox
gay.
does not
You lied
equal
while
the
gay.
glory hole of the queer.
You lied while gay.
You lied while gay, Nepo.
Uh-huh.
So, once upon a time in a Korean country, there lived a very beautiful girl named Rendersella.
What do you mean, Becca? Ready up, cowboy!
Oh, sorry.
We're gonna do this one for real. This one's for real. This one's for real. I'm not gonna kill you. I can't promise Nepo won't kill us, but...
Yeah, I definitely can't promise that.
My goodness, I feel like I need a vacation. I'm going. Listen, hey, Kat,
Yeah?
I'm not gonna be streaming for the next week. I unfortunately need a break. I feel.
Oh, the Wild West! Okay, that makes sense.
I'm gonna make like a 9-minute long reel and post 30 tweets about it.
Yeah?
I cannot believe. I'm sorry, babe. Let's drop that T real quick before I fucking start shading.
-7, Nepo. -7.
-7, Nepo.
-7. We don't bring that up. Sorry, my bad. I haven't heard you do
-7.
Rendersella in forever. I think Shana's and Cowboy heard me do Rendersella. That's why I stopped.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh,
And if
there's
they
a
haven't,
rib
well,
cage in
they'll
the
hear it.
bathroom. Rib cage in the bathroom. Little. Oh, look, a bone. That's right, Jojo. A bone. Nothing out of place anywhere yet. I feel like your foot just did something real weird.
Mine?
Yeah, like you turned and it like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I saw it out of the corner of my eye though. Like flickered really weird.
The summoning circle?
It is the summoning circle. Oh my god, there's a saw on the ground down here.
It's me. I'm sawing you up.
You're sawing me up.
Yeah, saw me up, daddy. You know what they say, if you ain't living, laughing, and toaster bathing, you ain't analing.
Who says that, Nepo?
Honestly, Shana, listen. I said it once. I said it 1,000 times. Girls with honey blonde hair and highlights do not need to be
Listen, I think that's very judgmental of you.
That is.
And I'm a judgmental person. I'm allowed. Gay.
Wow.
Wow, Nepo. Wow.
Way to stereotype, Nepo.
Wow.
It's not my fault. It's just, it's been biblically decided.
Biblically? Yep. Biblioteca.
Yeah. Who's hiding that shit?
La biblioteca.
Do we have like any idea where the ghost is?
It's either
got
in the
nothing
hallway
on
or
the
in one of
map.
these rooms because we have a hammer here on the floor that doesn't belong there. The ghost said stop hammer time. We had a saw on the floor over here that didn't belong there.
So where is it? Upstairs?
Oh, no. It's either in the basement hallway or in one of the rooms in the basement.
Oh, hello, man. Good rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Panda.
Have a good night, Panda. It's good to see
night,
you.
Panda.
You.
Thanks for being amazing.
You're iconic.
And hanging out through this chaos.
Dakota, thank you for banging me. It was good for me. I hope
I'm
it was
so
good for
glad I
you.
didn't hear the bang.
Would you like to? You sure?
You want to know? I'll never repeat this.
Oh,
People hear that,
never
that
mind.
hear it,
Never
and
mind.
know it. What?
Yeah. I know.
What?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say something different that I've never said.
Oh,
before.
okay.
Something different. And this will never get repeated ever again. So if you guys are ever a frequenter of my streams, you're welcome. The thing that scares me more than anything, that jump scares me more than the bang, more than Cowboy's jump scare, it's on Blurb, and it's the foghorn. From
The
Dead
foghorn?
by Daylight Grim Pantry. You know,
Oh.
somebody uploaded it to Blurb, and it's like 3 times louder.
Oh, Lord. That's not what we need.
It is ridiculously loud. That.
What's ping pong and
So you're saying
die?
I scare you?
So, like, if you... I can't do it here, but if we were on another map and you go back and forth and keep the ghost on the other opposite side of where you're at.
Oh, I see cold breath here.
Where are you seeing cold breath?
Stairway?
Oh, it's in the hallway downstairs. Yeah, the stairs are part of the hallway. So,
Ear hole is itchy.
scratch it.
Wow, Tay, I scare you. Saying that's fine.
I'm deaf and I fell in game. Oh no, poor Becca. Who keeps shutting the front door?
Hi, welcome in, love. How are you? And Cyrene have been in here today. What's going on?
You know what?
Are y'all
It's so valid that Cowboy scares you, Taylor. That's so valid. It scares me how good you are at looping.
I discovered a new feature.
Okay.
Yeah, what feature did you discover?
If you put the dots on the ceiling,
It disappears?
It disappears. Okay, that's not
Yeah,
a good feature. The
you
feature
have to
never
walk. You have to walk around like the area that you put it in and try and like get it out. It teleported the mannequin. Oh, at least they're on.
That's a. I've never seen that.
Yeah, I can teleport the mannequin.
That's a horrible place to put it.
Actually, you can loop around it. You can like use it to hide. Oh, yeah. Okay, I can fit. I'm skinny. I can only fit one way though.
Oh.
Skinny. Oh, it teleported it away from me. It took my mannequin away.
Your mannequin.
That's so rude. That's so rude. Vodka definitely did bark. Definitely. Don't get your ghost guesses in. If what do you guys see this UV right here? Did you guys see the UV in the wall over here? Oh no, somebody's holding the UV. I just watched it light up in the wall. Such a perfect game.
That's a perfect game.
No bugs. No bugs at all.
What? No.
Features.
What?
I've seen it with other things. I haven't seen it with the UV yet, so that was interesting. The ghost took it personal. No, for real. The ghost was like, "How dare you call yourself skinny? How dare?"
Septic salt.
Feet? Question mark?
Septic 2 salts. It's not a thing. It's septic 2 salts.
No feet. No Galu. No Wraith.
Galu. That's it.
Oh, goodness gracious. No bugs, only special features. Exactly.
It's amazing to see you, Scopes.
Oh, here's the mannequin. Look.
My friend Scopes is starting to stream, and it's amazing to see.
Well, hell yeah.
The only MC multi scopes. He makes music. He's actually worked with me on my song
Oh, I
Unalive.
love that. I love that.
He did some of the backing vocals on Unalive. And Cyrene worked on Unalive too.
Hell yeah, that's
Iconic.
freaking awesome.
Iconic people.
You're
And
iconic.
Extremely talented.
You're iconic and extremely talented.
Thanks, Pookie. Thank you, Pookie.
What you recording back there, cowboy?
I have no idea.
You recording your own hit single? I'm a cowgirl, baby. That's gonna be you and your
Oh my God.
Kate.
What?
That's gonna be you and your Kate.
Oh Jesus.
I don't think it's gonna be ultraviolet, and I don't think it's gonna be spirit box. But it's too evident, so we can't mark it through with the sun.
It's freezing.
We got freezing.
Yep.
Do you have a camera set up?
Yes, I did look for orbs. I didn't see them. So probably not a mimic.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. Alright. If you guys need to get your guesses in, here are your options.
Oh, you know what? I think I've got it.
Wait, what evidence did we get?
Freezing.
Freezing. I feel like I
Freezing
know
and what
it
else?
is.
Oh, we're
That's
doing
it.
one evidence, right? Okay.
Yeah. What was that?
Okay. I feel like I have an idea.
Dakota.
Dakota Cooler 2000 contributed $5
We've been in
to
here
a
doing
night
lot
on
of shit,
Throne.
and,
Thank you so
it's
much.
happened. I'm thinking it's a, I think it's a shade.
Thank you for the 5 on a
be
throne
wrong.
item. I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
It feels like it could be a shade.
You are lovely. It hasn't done anything with us in the room, right?
I know of.
Okay. Now, do we want to play tarot roulette?
Let's do it.
All right.
There's a hiding spot over here.
Let's do it at the island.
You want to lube?
Well, we don't have to. We'll have time to get in there. Come on, cowboy. Come do tarot roulette.
I'm coming.
All right.
Oh, what's your pool?
Tower. Blue, because that's the only color it can
Oh, they're gone. I don't see them anymore.
be. Sweet dreams, Mizzy. Thank you for hanging out with us. How about now?
No.
Okay. Oh,
Put 'em on
that's the
floor.
cutting board.
You can get them back.
How about now?
Yep.
You're pulling them?
Not an Oni or a Kormosh. And I got that misformed photo. Let's go. Saw what?
Kermit.
Your turn.
Okay.
The cards were sitting on the counter while Cowboy was
Wheel
pulling.
of Fortune, red. Oh, yeah, that happens.
That's why I was like, oh, what?
Oh, lost it.
Oh.
Here. They're on the floor.
Nepo had it. Oh, shh! He was inside me! In front of everybody.
Tower. Blue.
Your turn.
Wheel of Fortune, red.
The red of fortune wheel.
The red of Fortune wheel, yeah. Alright,
hunting?
he's hunting. Oh, he fast as F, boy!
Hunting.
Oh, my
No,
fucking
that's...
God!
It's too warm up here for it to be that fast and be a Hantu. Oh, I know what it is.
What else gets line of sight? What else gets line of sight?
I know what it is.
Revenant, right?
I know what it is. I'm not gonna say really quick. Get your ghost guesses in. Get your ghost guesses in.
Did you? No. Who gets the line of sight?
I'm guessing Cowboy did not get into the hiding spot.
I don't think it's a rat.
Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying.
Who gets is it really in a swing?
I'm gonna
Who gets line of sight?
It's a revenant.
Is it?
It's a revenant.
I thought
for sure.
it got on line of sight.
Well, revenants do technically have a kind of line of sight. They speed up with your electronics and with like seeing you.
Mixing ghosts up next. I
Hermit?
Someone else.
The electronics alone is
Can't pick it up.
Raiju. Okay, that must be
Are
the
they-
last
are they-
one then. Well, unfortunately, Cowboy, Clam Slam. Also, thank you for the follow.
Is there
We can keep it
another-
anonymous so you can lurk or chat, whatever you feel comfortable with. It was the
Is there ano-
summoning circle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let me click it.
Yeah, that's a revenant. With how fast it was, it couldn't have been because the temperature. It wasn't a Morroy because it changed speeds.
Yeah.
It's a revenant.
Okay.
What
I'm
you
ready.
drinking tonight, Shana? I plead the fifth. Water. Hi, Ash. How are you? Well, you see, it's going great. No, everybody has survived. I'm lying. No, we've been killing each other intentionally.
It was a
Hydration
remnant.
station, choo-choo. Everybody please hydrate.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
You didn't believe me? You didn't believe me, Nepo? You thought I'd lie to you? Nobody picked up the bone.
That's it for me.
I thought you would lie
Thank
to me.
you, Cowboy. Thank you for the
Yes.
games.
Always.
I hope you have a good night. And everybody here better be following Cowboy. Or else.
Or else what?
There will be consequences.
Good night, Cynical.
Technically, yes, the bone was forgotten because nobody picked it up. I left it in case anybody needed it. Look at poor Nepo's
I don't
face
pick it up in case
still.
somebody else wants to take things.
Poor
Sorry, I'm
Nepo.
multitasking really quick. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank
Poor
you.
Nepo.
What? Stop coming for me. I didn't do it.
Look at your face.
I always look like that. That's just my face.
I don't think that's just your face, Nepo.
I look like that.
I feel like it keeps getting worse. Like, tell me it's not getting worse every time we come in here.
I didn't do nothing.
Good night, Jenny. Good night. Alright.
Pretty sure. Good night, Cowboy. Nepo's seen some
night.
shit. Truly.
I've seen a lot of
Truly.
You guys have a good night and be safe.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
Thanks for reminding me
night.
to follow. I almost forgot. Yes, follow Cowboy, follow Nepo. Consequences, not fun ones, bad. Not fun ones, trust me. You don't want these consequences. You don't want them. You don't want them.
You too, Hillary. You too, Hillary.
These forehead kisses are for Witcher and Witcher only. No one else better get in the way. Do it. Alright, we're going to turn this to 0 evidence. We gotta figure out the ghost with just looping, Nepo. That's all we get.
Alright, be safe, guys.
Yep.
Thank you, Cowboy.
Always, always. It was a blast.
Always.
It was a blast.
Always. Y'all need to stream more fast together. Been laughing so hard. Listen, I'm always happy to play with these two. Always happy.
No, always a
Cowboy
great
needs to
time,
stay
always
up
a
later,
great
though.
time. Oh, Saturdays I can.
I don't stream on Saturdays.
I'm just kidding. Oh, Friday nights. Friday nights I can too.
Okay. Okay. Maybe a Friday night. Maybe a Friday night.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
All right. All right.
All right. You guys. Be
Good
safe.
night.
Everyone.
Nepo escapes prison. We're not taking Nepo to prison yet. Yet being the key word. Honest, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Guys, if you're not already following Honest, I need you to take the button that's at the top of your screen. Give it a boopity boop a tippity tap and go give Honest a sneaky cheeky follow. It's free to do so. So please go share some love over there. Go share some love over there. How's your stream?
Honest
Tell me about
Path
it.
just raided with 4
What are you
views.
streaming next? Welcome in. Also, Scully, thank you for pinning that message. I appreciate you. Welcome in, guys. Honest, welcome in. Kitten, welcome in. Weenie, welcome in. We have been up to a whole lot of chaos this evening. Chaos, shenanigans, and fun. But it's a good time. It's a good time. Tell me about your evening. How was God of War? How was God of War? Great name. Weenie does have a great name. Weenie, look at you streaking with that 5 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Weenie in the chat. Let's go. Oh, thank you for the booty and the smooch. You gonna ready up, Nepo?
There we go.
Are you okay? Nepo, are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm
oh,
ready.
mute.
I'm
mute.
sorry.
I
I'm
was.
multitasking.
No, you're good. I thought I was unmuted. I was sitting here talking, and I was muted. Aha. My bad. How's Phaz been treating you tonight? Well, we might have been intentionally unaliving each other a little bit, but you know, it's fine. We've been having a great time. We've been having a great time. It was your first time playing God of War? Streaming again tomorrow for Retro Wednesday with some oh, it's like Spyro the Dragon. Oh my god, I love Spyro the Dragon.
Hang on, give me like 2 seconds. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I heard you say you were ordering food, so. I love Spyro the Dragon. That's so fun. That's so fun. I see the person Cowboy was raiding just raided out. T. So. That is what it's about. That is what it's about. When are you streaming next? So if anybody wants to participate in guessing, by the way, we're on 0 evidence, but we have 100% sanity going in. When the radio voice does the intro, does it mean anything? Like clues because the ghost or something?
Sorry about that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
I have returned.
Welcome back. We've got a job for you. Our ghost name is Kim Smith, so all the ghosts are an option.
Oh,
It's gonna be so weird seeing this change, you guys. It's gonna be so weird. Eee!
Okay, I'm locked in.
Yeah? Alright, let's find this ghost room. And then you and I are gonna loop. You ready to loop with me?
No, if it's this fucking couch, I can't loop this shit.
We can loop the couch.
Remember when I got stuck on the table?
You just gotta practice.
And I died. And then
we can
spent
loop the
rest of
couch,
match
we
with
can
me
loop
really
the
good.
island, we
And
can
I
loop
get
the
it,
car. Oh, that's a
Looking at
pelvis.
his ass in the mirror.
Yeah? Is that what was happening there?
Yeah. He was looking at it, taking his ass out.
Hmm. Okay.
You just want to peek to see what the room
Yeah,
is?
I'll peek. I'll peek. I'll peek. I'll peek. Cowboy! I am not jelly, nor am I jelly adjacent. Nor am I jelly adjacent.
New
but thank
donation
you
from
for the
Becca _Rainbows and Sunshine.
And Becca with a dono for vodka. With a dono for vodka. This is the room, yeah. That's it.
K1 Cowboy just
I'll
traded with
copy
8
paste
views.
your raid message in my own chat then. Oh, we're not gonna get evidence, sweetie.
Oh, you turned it to 0 evidence?
Yeah, so we can loop the ghosts. Nepo said, "Hello, darkness, my old friend." Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Cowboy, of course, welcome in. Fire Archer.
Who's Cowboy?
He's a crazy flashing looping bean.
I heard he likes to use tarot cards in the corner.
Yeah? That's just a false rumor. That's a false rumor.
Oh.
You're so sweet, Weenie. You're so sweet. Becca, let me put your name on stream. Becca,
Oh my
thank
God,
you
she
so
kills
much
people
for
in the
dono to
closet?
help
So he's
vodka.
homophobic.
Yeah, he does kill people in the closet. This is true. This is true. I can't lie, so.
I feel like I'm being attacked on your stream. Am I being bullied?
I mean, he did yell at you and say, "Shut up, Nepo," so it might be a little bit of a bully. Might be a little bit of a bully.
I'm reporting?
Reporting Cowboy. Can those shelves in the basement be looped? They can. They can. They're a little more challenging depending on your ghost, but they absolutely can, especially in a pinch. Especially in a pinch fire. Yeah, no, I saw that Jelly raided out right as you were gonna raid her. I was like, well, Jelly just raided. So. Yeah, I'm setting up the lanterns because a shade can't blow them out while you're hunting, while it's hunting, if it's in the same room as you. So we can have the lanterns lit and loop, and in theory, the shade won't be able to blow it out. As long as we're in the same room. Setting up our 3 different looping spots up here.
Hey, Cowboy.
You should try before Willow changes, Fire. Because it's going to be changing. Very soon. By that I mean in a week. Exactly.
Oh,
Jelly Leigh. Imagine. Imagine Jelly's middle name was actually Leigh. That'd be crazy.
New donation from bad_Cather333.
Bad! Bad, thank you for the dono for vodka. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. I'll put your name on the stream too. Thank you so much. We're at 72%, you guys. That's insane. That's insane. 72% for vodka surgery. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you. All right, we got a couple more things to grab. I'm making sure we stay alive, Nepo. I want to play, but I'm scared to play alone. It's not scary with friends. You and I play 2 different games then, because I feel like it's sometimes scarier with friends. At least, you know, when you're by yourself. When you're by yourself, you know that it's just the ghost trying to kill you. All right. I would have a sanity thing in your inventory. Yeah. All right. I will pull the first card. I got death. And it's real. Oh, she is kind of slow.
Theo?
No, no, no. Dio would come straight for you. Oh god. Well, there goes the ability to switch items. I can't wait for them to change that. I can't wait for them to change that. You got this, Nepo. Oh, look at Nepo looping. You going the wrong way, Pookie, but you looping real well. I'm real proud of you. Yeah, 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 you got it, you got it, you got it, you got it. You got it, 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 you got it.
Panic.
It's okay. Stay right where you're at. Okay, go, go, go. Eyes on the ghost, eyes on the ghost. Yep, yep, yep. Good, good, good. If you can loop a killer, you can loop a ghost. Well, longer because I died, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. You got this, Pookie. You're doing amazing, sweetie. That was so good.
Fuck out of there!
Wait, there's more cards. You gotta pull them.
To breathe for a fucking second.
Ah.
400 gifted subs.
Mihi with a 35 stream streak. You guys wanna close your eyes as a Nikki Mihi in the chat. Let's go. Mihi, how are you doing? How we doing? You can't trust my sister with tarot cards. Really? Listen. They're fun. I don't blame you, sister. There's sanity things here too if you need it for extra sprint. Alright. Come on, card pull. Yeah, that's Nippo. Oh, ghost event. That's not the one that teleports it to you. Event, event. That's not the one that teleports it to you, so you're good.
Sign full.
I'm doing well, Mihi. How are you? Not you yelling at Nepo, cowboy, please.
I don't know what that was. It didn't do the animation. Oh. Did it move rooms?
No. You might have had, like, a devil or something, and then immediately had the ghost try and hunt.
Fortune red. Death. Fool.
The fools aren't always fools with the death card.
I'm not
What
good at
ghost do you guys think this is? Sanity's at 0. It definitely got fast when Nepo was looping. Look at her going straight through that bed.
Survived. Didn't go for me.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I think I know what she is.
What do you think she is?
I think she's a Diane.
You?
Yes.
A real way for me to test that, is there?
Well, if she's near you and you're moving, she's faster. And if she's near you and you're standing still, she's slower. So you can stay in, like, the hiding spot and wiggle, 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 wiggle. And as long as she's within 10 meters, it'll change her speed. But also, the Diane speed is very close to a Revenant without being quite as slow as the Revenant. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine, Jojo. It's okay. She did levitate the bunny. She did. She didn't move it, though. Like, we haven't heard it that I know of. What's our other cursed object? Oh, did she change rooms? Oh no, she's always been in here.
Oh, you thought this was a bunny? You thought this was a bunny? It's Winnie the freaking Pooh.
Oh my god.
Yeah, fuck 4th of July.
Ash, welcome in. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. No, you're fine. Are you gonna loop her?
You told me to hide, right?
Yeah, you can hide, and
Trash
then
we
you
just
can
raided with
wiggle and
46
see if she's
viewers.
faster or not. But she's coming. Ash, it's so good to see you. Welcome in, guys. If you're not following my good friend Ash, please go follow her right now. I've known Ash for a long time, and she's amazing. I know, and I can still cheer you on. I can multitask. Call her over. Call her over. You got this. I believe in you.
She went the wrong way.
Do you have smudge? Use it if you need to.
Use it! I opened the lighter! I opened the lighter!
I don't think she cared about your lighter, no.
Oh, I did hit the smudge. It just didn't smudge her.
Beamer, welcome in. Zeepa, welcome in. Razzle, welcome in. Flamin, welcome in.
Well,
Keith, welcome in. Dragon Shippy, welcome in. It was a mimic!
I knew it wasn't a Diane.
Wow.
I knew it.
Wow.
I'm a knower.
Night Mama, welcome in. How are you? Didn't you do only one cursed object? No, I did two. I did two. We've had 2 mimics tonight, you guys. That's insane. That's insane.
Nasty.
I love that for us. I love that for us. Everyone's dying. True, you want to come die? You want to come die? I love you, Sarah. I love you. How about that?
Pop, pop, bitch. Pop, pop.
Your British accent's so funny.
Pop, pop! Tunnel me! Tunnel me!
Sorry about that, guys.
Talking about this is how I talk.
Oh yeah. Oh goodness. That is wild. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my goodness. Ash, seriously, it's so good to see you, lovely. It's so good to see you. And if you need to do any post-stream self-care, please, please, please take care of yourself, guys. Go follow Trashwoo if you haven't. Go follow Trashwoo if you haven't. It's free. It's free. I want to forget what she was doing. What do you mean you want to forget what she was
I got
doing?
time for one more game.
Okay.
And then I gotta go. I gotta do my food, and I gotta do my my Japanese.
Alright, we're here.
Pop, pop, bitch! Pop, pop! Tunnel me! Tunnel me!
Sorry about that, guys. You gotta get your Duolingo before it expires. Yep. We'll loop somewhere else this time. Maybe the island. You did really well though, minus not having a smudge stick in your hands. But not -7, so don't worry. Oh, I was muted when I said all that. So sorry. So sorry. Yeah, I was saying you did really well though. We're gonna loop the island this time. Especially for.
You're saying it after I set everything up.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you know, you did really well, except for the whole smudge stick thing. But the thing is, it's not -7, so.
What is eligible of being -7?
So many things. So many things, but not that.
Care to elaborate?
Nope, sure don't. Night Mama, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Good to see
Turn the
you.
lights off?
It might have. I don't know why I just grabbed a camera.
It did. It just shut the breaker off.
How rude. How rude. Disrespectful. You guys know not following Ash is against the law. It's true. Not following Ash is absolutely against the law. You don't want to go to prison. It's not the good prison, I promise. I promise. I'll get the breaker. It's in the basement. What is -7? You know, it's like the new 07. Or you did something bad. You broke the rules. -7.
I did something bad.
You know, you need a spanking. -7. That's what that means. We even have an emote and everything. Oh, you wanted me to forget what I was doing, True? Wow, True. That's so rude. So rude. I thought we were friends, True. The way you were holding your little sanity pin was kind of terrifying just now. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Did I look like Michael Myers?
A little bit, yeah.
Good.
Wow, that's so rude. I'll remember this. Hashtag never forget.
We know he's basement, right? So he's gonna come in right here.
Unless we're gonna pull cards, so you know. Got him? Let's do this.
Tower.
Okay. Oh, it was blank for a moment, but then it turned into the moon.
Wheel of Fortune. Green.
Perfect game, you guys. Hermit, but it's hunting.
Oh, I think
You're
I know what it is.
doing great, sweetie.
I already know the ghost.
Oh, just from looking at it?
Yep.
Ooh, it's getting so fast. He's naked. Oh, he is so naked. Very visibly naked. All right. Let's try again.
Do you know who he is?
I do. I don't know if chat does. Oh my god, I don't know what that card was though. Well, we'll never know. Hi, Zombo. Welcome in with the trash raid. Death. Fool, but probably not.
Oh, I fooled on accident.
That's okay.
I do not have another thing.
You know, if you crouch, it's better. It got so close to you, Nepo. I did not manage my sprint just now. How are we alive right now? Load! Yep, it blew with us in here.
Just
not a shade for
resubscribed
sure.
for 31 months at tier 3.
Zombies!
Also
Thank you for
check
the
this
31
out.
months at
It's
tier
pretty neat,
3.
I think. But I may be a little biased. Juice a little bit.
I love you, zombies. I love you so much. How are you doing tonight? You're so sweet. You're so sweet.
Hi, Buck.
Do you have the cards in your hand?
I do. Dad.
Oh,
Cool.
they're invisible. Oh, it's hunting.
Again?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything.
Crouch. Oh my gosh. I see which emote was replaced, such I wondered. I changed out a few of them because we added in all of the caffeinated cryptid emotes. And, oh, I added a different hype emote. That's why. I need to fix that. I'm alive. We're good. All right, get your ghost guess in. We know what the ghost is. It's been the same every time, so. Woo! I said rig it for me, not you. Damn. Damn. Eric's trying to rig bingo. I remember when we used to look at something like that and be like, it's the twins.
How's your sanity more? Oh, tarot cards. I don't.
All right, this is most likely an Oni, you guys. It looked very Oni to me. What'd you think, Nepo?
I would agree with said statement.
Very visible naked man. Oh my god.
I would agree with the statements that have been brought forth. But you know what?
Oh.
I don't think I clicked anything in my book.
Oh no, Nepo!
Welcome back.
Wait, it was a Ure?
It was on my bingo card.
Why was it so visible?
That was not on my bingo card.
Why was it so visible? Ures are super broken right now, by the way, guys. So, no, they are. They don't do their door thing properly, and all the other ghosts are able to do the door thing. So you really can't identify a Ure right now. I know you thought the ghost was really visible. Did anybody in chat feel like the ghost was really visible, or was it just me and Nepo? I'm doing well, zombies. Cowboy went to bed, but Nepo and I have been having a good time, as far as I know. Goofing, you know, goofing. Most Oni Ure ever? I thought so. Feature of Phaz? Yeah, probably. I feel like all the ghosts are broken. I mean, cannot confirm or deny. Having a great time. I'm glad. Pause. You doing another Nepo?
Yeah, I guess I could do one more.
I was gonna say your mic cut out, so I have no idea. All I heard was
Can we do something different?
Yeah, you want to do something different?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
I don't know.
You want to go to Sunny
You
Meadows?
have like a wheel of torture.
We could do a challenge. We could do a challenge.
Do a challenge wheel?
Yeah, hold on.
Let's do it.
Challenge. I think it's solo challenge. Let's see.
Oh, my food's on the way.
You want to do this one, or do you want me to shuffle it again?
What it is? I wasn't paying attention.
It's called Dave's Tidy House Challenge. What were you, raised in a barn? You're not allowed to place or leave any items on the floor, only furniture. If you forget, stop what you're doing and pick it up right away. This means the salt is unusable and Pulte traps have to be up on furniture. Also, we have to clean up after the ghost. So if the ghost throws things around and they end up on the floor, we have to clean it up.
Let's do it. Can we do it with, like, 2 evidence?
Sure.
And
how often was Shana yapping while she was playing the whole time?
Can we go to a different place? Can we go to, like, Ridgeview?
We can go wherever your heart desires.
I'm just picking different things. I want last game to be a little different. Maybe I'll have to run away in a second.
I'm just trying to enjoy Willow. before it
well, do we want to go back? Do we
changes.
just want to stick to Willow then?
We can do Ridgeview though. We can do a game of Ridgeview. We can swap it up for a game. It's not gonna kill us.
Random place.
What is accidental ink? Oh, I think Nepo did that earlier.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Nepo inked earlier. It's when you accidentally use a smudge stick. And you don't need to.
ink.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
What the heck is do it to him?
Whoever was here must have summoned the ghost with a cursed object.
Hold on. I feel like this is best explained with a video. Chotamate kudasai. Whisper mode.
Hi, stranger. It's been a while. I've missed you. It's okay. You can look at my butt.
Oh, don't worry. I'm looking at your butt. I'm looking at your butt. Whisper mode is activated.
Don't worry.
This is do it to him.
How are you holding that in your hand?
Sometimes you just gotta do it to
Oh
him.
my god, you're making.
Teen Titans. Okay, I'm taking it out.
We got this.
I'm doing
We got
it to
this.
him.
Are you ready?
Not
Oh
yet.
my god.
I'm
I am
explaining to
Superman.
it to
I can't
him.
believe I just caught that. Super rugged, baby. Knock, knock. Shockproof. I don't see the issue. Well, I think it's safe to say that I
hope
did
he
it
does
to
the
him.
hand thing
And
in this
honestly,
video.
No, I had to.
You didn't have to. Nobody asked for this.
You know we had to do it to him.
Sometimes it's just fun to eat out of a paper container.
Right? Also,
It smells good.
I had to do it to him.
Had to
I
do
still
it
don't
to
know why
him.
we couldn't have just eaten this out of a bowl, but you know
You know why?
why.
Because I had to do it to him.
Have you ever thought about maybe not doing it to him, or maybe that you don't have to do it to him?
You gotta do it
Have
to
you ever
him.
considered it?
All I've ever known is doing it to him. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll behave.
A few moments later.
Pause.
Amber gets it. Thank you for the giant emo, Amber.
It only took you like 30 seconds to eat, though.
No, I had to do it to him quickly.
That's actually
I can't believe that you did that.
No, I had to do it to him.
No, you didn't have to do it
I had
to
to
him.
do it
Have
to
you
him.
ever thought about not doing it to him?
Never crossed my mind because.
Listen, we always be doing it to him around here. If you know, you know. You know you gotta do it to him. You just gotta do it.
Mommy.
My delivery driver.
Daddy.
Your delivery driver did what?
He called me and told me there was a wreck and that he's gonna be delayed. And he was worried.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
There's no rush.
Yeah, that's a little scary. Also, did you turn the lamp on or did the ghost do that?
I did not. The ghost did.
Okay, so it's not a mare, guys. We can rule out mare. You're not gonna be able to spirit box with the lights on, boo.
We'll turn the lights off, Pookie. What was that?
I touched the door.
Which door?
I don't know. That felt very. I put the
upstairs.
packet
I think it's
on the
upstairs.
glass. Which glass? The little glass dish in the microwave. Got it. I closed the door. Which door? The door to the microwave. What the fuck is wrong with you? Also, it's in the bathroom.
Okay, so I did know where it was. Never mind. I'm going insane.
Going? Only going? Amber. Oh, hell yeah. I can't do it while I'm whispering. Oh, hell yeah. No, I can't do it. It turned the breaker off. What a bitch.
I set the dots in this mode?
On the wall.
Can I set it on the wall, or is that not?
Yeah, not the ceiling. But you can the wall.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
You can't the floor. Hi, Psycho Mike. How are you? Hi, Willie. How are you? Welcome in. Oh, shit. I put the packet on the glass. Which glass? The little glass dish in the microwave. Got it. I closed the door. Which door? Sorry.
I don't think it's gonna be.
Oh, Ellery. Got a ghost energy. What flavor you having tonight? What flavor?
I guess the thing surrounding the walls.
Yeah, the bathroom's right there, so it might be reaching through.
The garage or the bathroom?
The bathroom. Oh, we have UV.
Your timer's up. Get the fuck out of whisper mode.
I don't think Nepo likes whisper mode, you guys.
What are you doing?
I don't.
Get the fuck up. I thought you said you were deadly.
No.
Hurry up. We got shit to do.
Why we dislike whisper mode, Nepo?
Made me feel weird.
Nepo did not like me whispering. Nepo said no careless whispers, please. No careless whispers, please. Yeah, that's definitely phalanges on that light switch.
What's that sound? So we know it's the thing. Oh, is it hunting?
It hunted inside of me and then turned the light back on.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Nepo, you have to pick up my stuff that I dropped on the floor.
No, I can't. I'm dead. We left a mess.
We sure did. We sure did.
Welcome back.
It was a glory hole. We got killed in the bathroom by a glory hole.
It's unfortunate. Well, thank you so much for gaming with me. Riveting ending. Riveting ending.
Hold on. Hold on. We didn't even get to pull the cards. Thank you so much for gaming with me, Nepo. I had a great time.
Not you glory holing me.
I didn't glory hole you, the ghost did. Iconic, please, cynical, please. Feel like that needed to be the name of the clip. Killed by a glory hole in the bathroom. You know what? That's so valid. That's so valid, honestly.
Go write a song.
Oh my god, please, please. Can I be on the song with you?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
I love it.
Alright,
Thank you
well,
for the
thank you
games,
for-
Nepo. I
for
had a
gaming
great
with me.
time.
It was a lot of fun tonight.
I had a great time. Everybody here better be following Nepo.
And everybody over here better
Or
be
else.
following Shana.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I had a great
Shanna.
time. Bye, Nepo.
Bye, Shana's chat. Bye, Shana's chat. Bye.
Oh my god. That's too funny. I can't. I'm dead. I mean, honestly, it was valid. Honestly, it was valid. I think the ghost did it to us. We didn't do it to him. The ghost did it to us. The ghost did it to us. Question. I need -7 to us or to the ghost, Hillary. To us or to the ghost, please. Glory will be like that. They do. They do. They do. So, I'm gonna let you guys pick whether we do games with like evidence on Willow from here, or would we like to do some fun looping, and maybe you guys can join some games with me. I'll put up a poll. Let me do that really quickly. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to put you guys on the drop scene because I need to get a drink. I'm very thirsty. I am very parched. I'm very parched. Hillary, get you some good sleep. Thank you for hanging out with us. All right. I'm going to put this up. I'm going to put you guys in the drop scene. You guys behave yourselves. All right? Vote in the poll. Vote in the poll if you can. And let me put some music on. We will be right back after these oh my god, why is the drop not working? There we go. These messages where I go get something to drink. So I'll be right back, guys. Behave yourselves. Be good. Be good. And I'll get some of those VOD, and ACKS too when we get back. So, BRB. Behave.
Nepadaddy just raided with 7 views.
Tonight. Thank you for the raid, guys. Once again, if you're not following Nepo, what the heck's you doing? Go follow Nepo. We're gonna stand for a little bit, guys. It's the snitch, please! Not you calling JoJo a snitch. Wow. We're gonna stand for a little bit, you guys. Stand-in time. It's stand-in time. Part of being a mod for Shana is also being her spy. How to make the rules. But you know how to follow them. You know how to follow them. Thank you so much, Nepo. I heckin' adore you. I heckin' adore you. I guess I can put my own raid message in my... or your raid message in my chat. Now I need to find somebody else to lurk on. Alright. I spy like James Bond. I love you. I love you. Oh, goodness gracious, goober. Ooh, okay. Clear winner here. Evidence and 0 evidence games. Now, we're gonna do one more question. One more. Are we doing this solo? Or am I bringing in a few friends? Because I have some friends that I can ask. It's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. If you haven't checked your bingo, by the way, check your bingo. I see we've already had some wieners tonight. Congrats to our wieners. I am Alice. How are you doing today? How have you been? How's life? Should I reset bingo? We have 10 winners. Oh gosh. Yeah. Yeah, let's reset bingo. Let's reset bingo if we have that many people.
You want some snackies?
Guys, she wants it. Hold on, I don't know if you can see her on my bed. Look at her. I love her so much. I love her so much. Cooking some dinner, mac and cheese and fish sticks. Ooh, pass me some of that mac and cheese, please. I love mac and cheese. I love mac and cheese though. GG's, by the way, on the words. Fantastic. Alright, let me open this where I can see it when we get the result. And I'll help with the next words while we wait for the result. Vote in the poll if you haven't. Vote in the poll. Okay. Thank you again, Nepo. I had so much fun with you and Cowboy tonight. Amber, you stole my word. That's okay. You can steal anything from me anytime. Anytime, Amber. I stole JoJo's word. Mac and cheese, you love mac and cheese as well. It's your favorite safe food. Dude, absolutely. Absolutely agree. You're gonna do ripe next. Get out of my head, Amber. No, no, stay in there. Stay in there. Stay in there. Get cozy. Get cozy. I don't mind at all. Rump. Oh, JoJo did rump. I love that. I love that. I love that. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do, Alice. It's just kind of random. We'll bring in friends. Okay. That's our winner. JoJo, are you friends tonight? Would you like to be friends? I don't know if Sylvan is still here. And Scully. Amber's always friends. Amber's welcome. Basically, mods VIPs tonight. Would you like to join me for some Willow action? That makes total sense. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I love doing Phas, and open lobbies can be a lot of fun too. It can be a lot of fun too. We just kind of do them randomly, you know. I would join. Get in here, Sylvan. Get in here. What do you mean? Uh-oh, pause. What do you mean? Uh-oh. What you saying? Uh-oh for? go. The stream? What happened with the stream? What happened with this stream? Everything looks fine for me. It looks fine for me. We got a JoJo in the house. Don't kill your friends with tarot cards. I'm not planning on it. It's not in the plan. You know? Hi. Has the update hit yet? It's coming Tuesday, Clay. Tuesday. So, if you're wondering... Oh, thank you for the jewels over on YouTube. I appreciate you, Aaron. Thank you, thank you. That's very kind of you. If you're wondering what the schedule is for the week, given, you know, Phasmo changes in a week, obviously we're playing Phasmo today. I think I wrote this backwards, because I think Thursday is Outlast Trials, so Wednesday is Dead by Daylight, and then Friday we'll be doing more Phasmo. So, yeah, I think I wrote that backwards. That's my bad. I need to fix that in the schedule. The Goodbye Willow title, yeah, it's because it's there. We've only got like basically today and then one more day that we're gonna be streaming with Willow as it is. But if you don't know, Ghosty and I usually remake the maps in another game, so hopefully we'll have that done this weekend, and you can look forward to that on Tuesday before we hop into the new Willow. Shrug coming through with 100 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. And Nikki Shrug in the chat. Let's go. Welcome in, Sylvan.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Gonna lurk you while I lay down, but I loves your face. Your butt, mostly your face, though. We gotta play a game sometime. You're always welcome, zombies. Always welcome. Hope you get cozy, you heckin' cutie patootie. Oh, he better. He better. Today hasn't been GPU video friendly. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry, Pause. What's been going on? Have you updated your drivers? There was a driver update that came out last week. I'm what they call a combative cuddler. You can be a combative cuddler with me anytime. Anytime, Amber. I think Scully might be sleeping. Amber, did you want to play? Question mark. Absolutely worth the fight. I agree, Zombo. I agree 100%. 100%. You're doing worky things? Okay, okay. Do I have any other mods or VIPs who would like to join in? Or possibly a shrug bot. Be cheering y'all on. I appreciate you. Keep Sylvan alive? I would like to. I definitely don't intend on killing Sylvan. Sylvan has joined Team Wazda.
Sucks to be you, Jojo.
I didn't say I was intending on killing you either, Jojo. I don't intend on killing anyone.
Okay. Alright.
I don't intend on killing anyone.
Sure, I've heard that one before.
Oh, totally fair shot. Totally fair. Okay. Well, then it's just the three of us for now. Just the three of us. Alright, what do I have this on right now? 2 evidence, right? Yeah. 2 evidence, 2 cursed items. Let's go. Night Mama streaking with a 5 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. Is a naked Night Mama in the chat? Hydration station, shoot you. Everybody please hydrate. Hi, iPod.
Alright, we're here.
iPod, we have room.
Come back.
I don't know what you're doing. You might be watching your scrimps. I'll be calling bingo. Okay, I thought maybe you fell asleep. Whippy, why you wailing? Why you wailing? Ban someone in... You want a -7 someone in chat? Damn, that's rough. That's rough. What anybody in here do to get -7'd? I don't have that power. Scully said, my sword is for bingo and bingo only. Did you turn the breaker off?
Yeah.
It's all good. Can I ban Scully? No. You cannot ban Scully, Whippy. You cannot. It's a dull sword. No, no, no. It's a practiced sword. The sword is just practiced and specific.
What?
I anti-married myself. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah,
Where's your view from a small beach? Wow, you're saying Scully's sword is dull?
I'm not. I put it.
Okay. I'm gonna trust you on that.
Trust me, I think Scully looks good with a sword.
I agree. I know Scully doesn't want that kind of power though, so we do not force unwanted power upon people. I heard it throw something. I think it's in the garage, the car bedroom.
Without the full power. Still nice.
It's very shiny. It's a shiny sword. Okay, sounds good, iPod. Get those clothes in the wash, though. Clean your desk off, do the things you need to do. Look at that tripod and camera in the wall. This game is so perfect.
I haven't seen any Orbeez anywhere.
Still bigger than yours?
Yeah, clearance, Clarence. Roger, roger. What's our vector, Victor?
Scully, please, please. Also, hi, Dave. How are you? Welcome in. It's good to see you. Ghostie's got the knife ready. The kniff.
Wait, did someone take the video camera I had?
No, no, no. It was in the wall, though.
No, I was in the basement with it. I carried it upstairs, then all of a sudden it went like on a right angle while I was holding it, and now it's gone from the tripod. You stole
It's
my
not
camera.
in the van either.
That's amazing.
Oh no, it fell on the floor.
What? No.
It's on the floor in the van. Without a tripod. I don't know where the tripod is though.
No, I had the video camera on the tripod. I was going around looking for Orbeez.
Wait,
Yeah.
no, I have a camera in my hand. What?
Oh, Solvin took it.
No, there was one in the truck.
I don't know. Seems suspicious to me.
Oh, you should have seen a bug like in Edgefield. There was a Ouija board in the kitchen, and suddenly I got locked in Ouija in the room upstairs. Like, shit is acting weird.
I swear every time there's an update, things get even weirder, and we know how weird things have been lately anyway.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, features, Amber.
The video camera that disappeared from the tripod I had it on.
Oh, I didn't
is the one that was on the floor because I just placed it back in the position I took it from.
I have so many questions and 0 answers. And I fear that I will never have the answers that I wish to have.
I don't think there is actually answers that are.
I think this game has become spaghetti code, if we're being completely honest.
There's a lot of things that it.
But Tuesday, guys, hopefully we're gonna see some big changes, and I've just got my fingers crossed. I've just got my fingers crossed, and my hopes high. And if it lets me down, we're gonna have to reevaluate a lot of things.
I don't know if there's gonna be coming back if it lets us down again.
If it lets us down again, yeah. They did not grab it at the same time, though, because the one was still in the van when JoJo left. It was just sideways in the wall, which means somebody had it. So... because the grab it at the same time is another feature. You have some news for us, iPod? Yeah? Yeah? Whippy, what you up to this evening? Last time I was excited for changes, we got this. I don't want to talk about it, Becca. I don't want to talk about it. Can we not talk about it? -7 Phasmophobia. -7. Hopefully come Tuesday, it won't be a -7 though. I thought I placed it, so I want to say yes, but maybe let's place it again just to be sure. Classic Phas things? At this point, yes. At this point, yes. There's Scully, that's right, -7. I love that emote. I love how it turned out. Yes, Whippy? Are you okay? Well, Whippy, I can explain in further detail, not now. But without further detail, basically, it means that you have messed up. You've done something against the rules. You're being, punished for it. You've done something bad. It's the new, like, spanking, the new 07, the new, rest in peace, goodbye. You know, there's so many different ways you can use it, honestly. -7. You done. New spanking? Yeah, but it's not a spanking that you want. It's not a spanking that you want, Amber. It's not the good spanking. If you want the good spanking, I'll give you the good spanking, Amber. You don't want the -7. So we're hoping, right, that Phasmo does better. So it's not -7. Thank you for the mannequin. Have we gotten any evidence yet?
Nope.
Nothing.
Alright, I love that. Let me check temps. No, you're totally fine, iPod. It's not freezing.
Want me to spirit box?
Yeah. You got it. I'll relight these. Hold on. There you go.
Too chilling.
I hope so too, Becca. Oh,
Finally.
okay.
Wait, did you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it stepped in the salt.
I didn't hear it.
Oh, I did.
Weird.
That's super weird.
I didn't hear it.
That's super weird. It stepped in 2 different salts. Oh, dots! I saw them behind you. It's a child. So we're down to Deogen, Phantom, Wraith, or Yokai, which it can't be a Wraith because it stepped in the salt. So Deogen, Phantom, or Yokai. Oh, wait. Can we...
Easiest batch to guess from?
Yeah.
There is a way we can hopefully see one of them.
Where are you? How old are you? Can you see me? Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old?
Elderly.
Are you French?
Elderly.
Are you pizza?
Person died.
Are you Lisa? Where are you? Where
Slips
are you?
away.
Where
It's
are you?
taken
Kids,
away.
stop messing with the car. You're too young to drive. Where are you?
Taken away.
Are you French? Are you near? Are you far? Can you give us a sign? Where are you? Are you near?
Person died.
Are you far? Can you give us a sign? Where are you? Not an
Elderly
Oni.
victim.
Not a Cormos. Doodly 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 doo doo doo. There's an earwig on your desk. Ew, get rid of that. Get rid of that. It broke a light. Where are you? Only solution, burn the house down. I mean, for spiders, absolutely. For earwigs, maybe. It's only one. I think you're okay. Aren't you playing Zero Evidence? Not this one, no. We're playing 2. Because we changed it to 2.
Twice now.
Oh, and we have a 0-second grace period. I'm getting out of here.
Yep.
We'll hang out right here. Earwigs are worse
Does
than
everyone have
spiders?
a
No,
smudge?
nothing is worse than a spider. I have a smudge, yeah. Shmosh, and then bleach desk. Burning last resort, exactly.
I have one of your smudges.
Spiders equals nuke the house. Yeah, that's the
Drop your
only responsible solution, honestly. May or may not have been talking with a lending agent. There's another crucifix in there. Yeah.
Put them on top of the 2 there, just to be sure.
May or may not have a decent shot at getting into a house. Really, iPod? That's amazing. Congratulations. Scared the shit out of me. It was staring into my soul. Oh. It wanted in the mirrors. Smushed it and put on Cheater Man's desk. Oh yeah, we don't talk about Bruno. Spiders I catch and take them out? No. Okay, listen, Scully, you gotta move in with me and Ghosty. You can take care of the spiders. You're in charge of the spiders, Scully.
What's the second curse possession?
We're moving to Canada, Sylvan. Me, Scully, and Ghosty.
Excellent.
Other than tarot cards? The monkey paw?
Yeah. Good.
Y'all just gotta move to Montreal, because I'm not going to English Canada. Listen, we have
I don't speak
really
French.
Cool festivals. We have cool festivals, and we speak English here too.
Hunting. Why do people have a problem with earwigs? At least some spiders have venom bites. Because earwigs want to get in your ear holes. Spiders can too, though. Well, guys, we can certainly say this is not a Dio. Whoa!
And it turned and walked right to me, so I don't think it's yokai.
Did you have electronics on?
Nope.
Do you have open mic on?
Nope.
How did you test for yokai then?
It went to the basement door and it's beelined straight for me. And I was behind the wall by the far room.
Oh, the ghosts have wall hacks.
Oh.
Yeah. Lately. They've had wall hacks. So.
On the opposite wall? I was like by the monkey paw cabinet.
Unless you had something to test it with, like an electronic of some kind, that's really the only way. Or you could do like your comms. Like if you have open comms on. But like, a yokai's not gonna just know where you are. You have to actually be within a certain range of it and either talk or have an electronic. Earwigs do not get in human holes. That's a myth. Oh, it is? I did not know. Can I steal a smudgy? Thank you. Me and spiders are chill as long as they don't invade my personal space. They always invade your personal space. If they're inside, if they're outside where they belong, it's a different story. If one thinks they do, then I can see. Ooh. Oh! I didn't have my hands on the keyboard! I didn't think it would. Okay. You know, if it's one of the ghosts, it would. It doesn't look like a phantom. There's no way that's a phantom. There's no way that's a phantom.
I agree. I have your streak and I saw it as well. I saw it, but unless it was just happenstance that it came up based on at the same time I was doing a yokai test.
An earwig killed Shana indirectly. No, it did. It did. Oh, well, time to pull some tarot cards. The stuff's behind the island.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just need to get a photo for my collection.
Your collection of dead Shana photos. Love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Oh, God.
How many crucifixes did we bring in? Because I only saw one burn.
2. It burned both of them.
Okay. Would you mind grabbing the tarot cards and I'll meet you in the back bedroom with
Spiders can live in my windowsills and whatnot and take care of any other pests. Literally last week, got in the shower and earwig fell off my body. Oh no. Which means it was on my bed. Listen. Okay, they might not get in your holes, but they're gross. They're still gross. They're still creepy. That would creep me out. That'd creep me out. Oh, I have no head. Oh.
It's hiding there.
Am I crouched?
It worked. I got it.
I was headless, but we're alive now.
I couldn't see anything in there.
Wow. Wait, how are you alive?
Somebody pulled a high priestess.
I pulled the high priestess.
Out of body experience for real. What do you mean? I mean, hearing things is usually a bad thing.
No, I mean in game.
I don't know. I don't know.
Like, I'm hearing game audio, and I'm hearing you, but I'm not hearing certain words that are being said.
I don't know. I don't know. Recently introduced to tea and wolf spiders. It was absolutely a confirmation that spiders and I don't belong in the same place. Oh, I'm assuming Tennessee wolf spiders are similar to Florida ones, I would guess. I mean, if we're gonna hide behind the chair, those aren't gonna do me any good.
Yeah, you never know.
Son, I have sanity. You love wolf spiders? Okay, why? Got traumatized as a kid with earwigs when I was in my second story bedroom. Saw several of them crawl out of the seam
A real one.
of the baseboard. Ooh. Shut up.
hacks.
Sylvan's hacking. Sylvan, did you
blessed.
code this game too?
I did.
Oh.
2 real high priestesses in one game. Boom.
Devil. Oh, she a devil. She a bad little bitch. She a rebel.
I'll move into the other bedroom.
I'll just hide behind the chair and hope it doesn't come over here. Because this is not the best hiding spot.
The tower.
Ah.
It's not hunting.
Ah!
And that's why I switched rooms.
I like your card, Shana. I like your face, Night Mama.
Go on the bed.
Why does it sound like the ghost is trying to make music? I don't see the cards. No.
There by the monitor.
Oh, it's hunting. I think it was the cards making that noise. Short boat! Yeah, short's here. Let's be honest, if Sylvan coded it, it would be a lot better.
Yeah. And I would be able to play it on my laptop and keep my stuff there.
Listen, I cannot confirm or deny.
I would have proper test branches and separate branches for different features coming out. Just saying.
Are you joining us? So
I don't know.
Wheel of Fortune
I'm afraid to
red.
leave.
Where are you at?
Well, it hunted twice while I was trying to leave.
So someone was hiding in a non-hiding spot where the ghost can come through the bed and kill you at.
Oh,
whatever this house thing is.
That's the tower. But then she evented right there.
Back to the other room.
Test branches in this economy, right? What is Sylvan thinking?
Sylvan.
Huh?
There's hiding over here.
Yeah, I'm okay here.
Do you want to be in the spot where the ghost walks through the bed and kills you in horror movies?
It has never killed me. Well, no, it killed me one time here, and it was the Comroche.
This is an actual spot, but okay. Do you want to pull another card, Shana?
Yeah. Is it hunting right now, though? I thought I heard it.
Yes.
Okay. I was like, am I hallucinating? I swear to God I heard the ghost. Oh my God. All the test branches and tests and betas. Listen, they're supposed to have test groups now, so hopefully. Hopefully things are being tested. How you doing, Darth? Welcome in. Just testing production. It'll be fine. Back to the other room.
Can't stay there.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think that was the last card.
Wow.
However,
you're both lagging quite weirdly on my side.
Everybody get into hiding. I wish for knowledge. Just for fun. It's definitely not freezing, which wouldn't have helped us at all. I just wanted to do it for fun. I snagged both your 25 and 26 trading card. Oh! I'm glad you liked him. I'm glad you liked them. Yes, we did put June's trading cards up. Oh my god, I should show you guys actually. This ghost be wildin'? This ghost be wildin' though? I should show you guys. Hold on. Alright, is it done? No, I see the lights still on. It's pitch black here without. Okay. gonna make it out alive, I believe. Oh god, she's venting. Okay, I made it. Bye, child. You friend are what we need more of in the development world. People that actually properly test make my job harder 90% of the time, and that's a good thing. Exactly. Alright, you guys, have you okay in the book?
Yep.
Because it's gotta be. I did end guessing, right? I think so. Thank you for your service. I like big scary spiders. They're my favorite. I wish I did. Ghosty, enjoy your Huntu cold brew.
Yay.
I'm excited to play Outlast Trials on Thursday, you guys. I think it'll be a lot of fun. There's a new chapter coming out, so it was in fact a yokai. GG's. So, new cards, guys. If you want to snag them, I'll walk you through how. So, you can go straight to the Nightmare Network's Ko-Fi, or if you come to my like little website here, the Shana.me, I have all the trading cards right here, listed by month and year. But it came out today. I know, but we're playing on Thursday. New season already. They're doing their little event. I'm excited. Just click on it. You don't have to pay for them. Just put $0 for dollars and hit get now. And then you put your email and your name and you hit checkout. And bada bing, bada boom. It'll email them to you, but also you can hit view content from here. So if I download the PDF or the zip file, so the zip file is like your PNGs. The PDF is for printing. Or, I mean, you can do whatever you want with it, but specifically made for printing. Has the full set. The cards are amazing. I'm glad you love them. I want to get all of them like specially printed and stuff and put them in like a little binder. That's my plan. So like we have Miss Amber the Rambler right here. And then we have Jelly and her Dead by Daylight adventures. And then we have Minnow. She's so cute. I love Minnow. And we have Jinka. And we have Bay. And then we have Starshee. And Dino Dare, which, that cosplay though, 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10, right? And then we have me. So, and you can do whatever you want with them. Why are you -7ing me? What did I do? What did I do? Nothing. I did nothing. Let me drag iPod here. Hi, iPod.
Mommy.
iPod?
The script's
Daddy.
Hello?
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
The scrims have returned her. One evidence this time.
What?
What evidence? That's how I found your cards, was Starshee. I love that. I love that. Starshee's so sweet. I adore her. I adore her. She is also streaming right now. Random question, but it's a very Shana question. How do I blind Japanese, or how do blind Japanese people read? I started wondering after I realized Braille uses the English alphabet. I mean, they still have Braille on stuff in Japan. So I would assume they also have a Japanese version of Braille. I would assume. But also, so Japanese has multiple alphabets, right? You have kanji, which everybody's familiar with. That is like your Chinese characters. You have hiragana, katakana, and then they also use romaji, which is basically like your English letters but written out to spell like a Japanese word. So like if you wanted to, for example, I don't know, if you wanted to say konnichiwa, it would be Konnichiha, because they don't actually have a W in Japanese. So yeah, I would assume that it's probably using something similar to the romaji, but in Japanese. Does that make sense? You can't print those cards to put them in a binder. That would ruin what I'm working on to send you. Oh, okay. Okay, noted. Noted. Thank you. I don't know what you're making specifically, but I'm excited. Thank you. Thank you. It's an animated emote I made that I'm proud of the animation, so of course I'm gonna. You can spam it all you want. Listen, you did amazing on all of those emotes. All of those emotes. I love them. All of them. English Braille Maps sells directly to individual letters and utilizes complex contractions to save space. Japanese Braille is phonetic, syllable-based. Okay, so yeah, it's like romaji, basically. Yep. Where a single cell encodes both a consonant and a vowel. Yep, okay. Yeah, so basically, like, it would be like the ko, and then ni, chi, wa. Yeah. Which is not romaji. That's hiragana or katakana. I lied. That would be like your hiragana or katakana. So, but it would be a good fit for romaji too, especially if like a blind Japanese person wanted to learn English, you know. Although I would say, honestly, if I was blind and I was trying to learn another language, I wouldn't even worry about trying to read in another language. It would just be all verbal for me, just personally. Because even when it comes to Japanese, like, I don't really read a lot of, like, the special characters. I can do hiragana, katakana, and romaji, but I can't do, like, your Chinese characters and stuff like that very well. I don't know a lot of them. They're very difficult. How you doing, iPod? Why are you walking around me like that?
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Your outfit.
Oh, okay. I was like, you walking around me like you've never seen a person before.
Well, you kind of got like a spoopy mask on, and you know, yeah. So I was
It's cool, right?
a fit check.
You like my fit? You like my fit?
Yeah.
Does my butt look good?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Excellent.
Everyone's
Excellent.
butt looks good in those trousers.
I like reading horror books in Braille. I can feel something when something scary is about to happen. Get out of here, Darth. You know, I used to read Braille. I used to. I probably wouldn't be able to now. But when I was in elementary school, we had two boys in my class who were twins. And they were both blind. And they both loved WWE. And the teacher didn't know how to read Braille. And obviously, like, we needed somebody who could. So I got chosen in class to learn how to read Braille. And so I had to take all the homework and stuff and rewrite it out for them, like the worksheets in Braille. And then I also had to grade all of their stuff for them.
That's kind of cool, but also I'd be kind of pissed at the extra homework.
What do you mean?
Did someone turn this bedroom light off?
No.
Nope.
I got EMF kind of in the... I don't know if it was in the stairwell of the basement or in the basement or...
Temps are slightly low in that room, so I mean EMF in the basement isn't too far, or the stairwell. Yeah, because it's definitely colder in that room. Definitely.
It just vented on me in the basement.
That's suspicious. No, you're fine.
Slammed the door.
Is it
but
following
wouldn't let me
you?
Record it.
I'll be ready soon. I was waiting for June so I could do the first half of 2026. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited, Purple. Yeah, I think it's definitely in here. It's getting down to 10 degrees, so.
When I was in elementary school, we learned like a little bit of Braille, but not enough that it stuck. We did like a couple like work.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
That's actually really cool.
My 4th grade teacher, this doesn't have to do with Braille, we did, so she was Native American.
Yeah.
And she did like a whole week where she pulled all the desks and everything out, and we learned like a lot about like what actually happened Native American history-wise.
Did you guys see that just like teleport out of the sky right there? That was kind of cool. That was kind of cool. Sorry, keep talking.
But then we like set up a whole barter and trade system, and she brought in some like fake furs that we traded, and we had my dad had bought me like a teepee for Christmas 2 years prior, so I got to bring that in as part of like, and I got to give a little presentation on teepees, and
I love that. That sounds like really engaging for kids.
when she came and she said that she was actually Sacagawea, I tried to convince us all that she wasn't our teacher, but she was Sacagawea during that whole week.
That's hilarious, honestly. That's hilarious. Ah,
Yeah, it was
I
a
want
lot
to
of
learn
fun.
Braille, but I don't know where to start though. I mean, it's just like any other like language essentially that you're learning, or any other thing you're learning to read. You start by learning the alphabet, you know, slowly but surely. And you can, obviously, you don't have to use your fingers, but you can use your eyes to read it. And, you know, you just go from there. Try and read it as best you can, and then compare it to something that's written out in, you know, basic Romaji. I don't actually know what term we would use for that. Syllables? I don't know. Basic letters. Twyla, enjoy your phantom parfait from the cafe. You want number 6, Scully? I got you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got the sun? Scully, we know this is a lie, but apparently you have sanity. I don't know where that came from. Playing too much or not, I saw you crack the UV light and was like, oh, cool, the room is clear. Imagine. Imagine the UV meant the room was all clear.
The existential glow stick.
Right? Existential glow stick forever. Thank you for the clip, by the way, Jojo. You call BS on the
Sanity.
The sanity? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? That's so valid. iPod's like kind of teleporting around the map a little bit.
Yeah, that's what
My internet might be dying. Oh.
You and Solvin were doing that.
I love that for us.
I'm just magic.
Magic. Do you believe in magic? In a young girl's heart. What you wowing us for, Scully?
Have you tried Spirit Box?
I have not.
I have not.
You can do.
Okay, bye.
Sylvan is our resident spirit boxer.
As I like to say, Scully can wow herself.
She's ready to be like boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. That's how she talks to the ghost from the spirit box.
Yeah, a whole lot of nothing.
I hope you're doing well over there, Erin. Oh, goodness gracious. This ghost is doing stuff. It's just not giving us evidence. How about that door wiggle?
What if we step out?
It's a door that needs some WD-40. There's a camera on the floor. The collision. The collision. The ghost would like us to get out. Oh, that was Rebecca.
Okay, I'm getting out.
Thank you, Rebecca.
I mean, valid.
I can see the camera while you're holding it. That's kind of cool.
Scully, I didn't say you couldn't wow anyone. I just said you can wow yourself.
You can wow yourself and other people. Not the scuba. Not the scuba, Scully, please. Scully, please.
I really am turning into a grumpy old man that has no interest in all these things. Just want a peaceful life.
Just want a peaceful life. Oh, God. You poor thing. No one can wow me. I beg to differ. I bet Scully can.
I've not just Scully, I've wowed Solvent so many times.
I don't know what you're talking about. No one wows.
Oh, sorry, that was me.
Because you haven't been with me, Sylvan.
I could wow you, Sylvan.
Men go mad with watching.
And the madmen go mad with
wowed.
watching. This ghost is kind of dull. You guys want to pull cards?
Yeah,
why not?
What are the origins behind that? Like,
the scuba.
no, the wow with the cat eyes.
Oh, you see, I just found that cat, and I loved it, and I needed it as an emote.
You know what? That is so valid.
And
You just look
also,
like you're holding nothing.
I feel like it really applies to this because I cut out a certain word that was said.
Bitch! Pop, pop! Tunnel me! Tunnel me! Sorry about that, guys.
You can tell where the word was cut.
Oh, you're pulling cards there. I can see the cards by the front door.
Oh, they're in my hand. The ghost just turned on a light, by the way. It's not a mare.
You guys hear me?
Yes, I can now. I got the tower.
Was I super quiet before?
Yeah.
No.
You were quiet for a little bit.
Okay, well, my Discord was doing dumb shit with my settings.
Oh,
so
that sounds about right.
yeah.
It's time to...
Tower?
They went through the bed.
I hear them flopping around. I'll see if I can get
Sure,
them.
then iPod.
See it?
Okay.
I, for some reason, couldn't see what that was.
Oh, I love when that happens. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wheel of Fortune red.
The devil.
Ooh, she a devil. She a bad little bitch. She a wobble. Alright.
Power again.
My turn?
Yep.
Wheel of Fortune.
Okay. Death. Full, but maybe not. It was. Okay. Have a good night, Pause. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh, that one ate the crucifix.
That was the last card.
Ah. Alright. Well, that's unfortunate.
Let's see if it's done anything.
Ate the crucifix.
Did we get freezing? Were we being victimized?
Yes, we have freezing.
Oh, we've been victimized by freezing? Disrespectful? I'll try Spirit Box again.
Yeah, 'cause it might just...
Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old? Are you French? Are you pizza? Are you Lisa? Are you sexy? Are you single? Are you grandma? Are you grandpa? Where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Nothing. So just freezing is all we have right now. This is something. And it didn't do it. Has it done anything with us in the room?
Don't think so.
It stepped, and I think it's blown once when we were in the room, but it would have reached through, I guess, to blow.
Yeah. I don't feel like the blowing is as reliable.
No, but I think it has had plenty of time without us in the room to, like... Unless it's just in
Could be.
Oh my god. That was not long enough.
I was gonna say it could be EMF 5, but that disproved my theory right there, so...
Wait, we're on one evidence, aren't we?
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you're
Will?
right.
Wow.
There's a reason you kept me around.
That's not the reason, but... Oh, Lord.
I know. You like to torture people.
That's not the reason either! Wow. Wow. Well, it's not an Oni. We know that. Not a shade.
So it must be a mirror.
Not a mimic. It turned on our light, you goober.
Did we find the bone?
I did not look for it. But I think... I was gonna say, I think someone took a picture.
I found it.
Yeah.
Should we maybe play dangerous with the music box to...
I mean, we could. Why not? Who has sanity?
I'll go look.
Who's orange? Orange.
Well, it's whoever's blue for me too. I think that might be.
I think I'm green, but I don't know.
Joseph has 84% sanity, and everyone else is below 50.
All right, JoJo.
Guess it's up to me.
Oh, I guess that is light blue in the top right, or light green.
Well, it's probably different for us all the colors.
It's light green. I didn't see. It was kind of hard to see because of the lighting on my wrist. Anyway.
See, for me, Solvin is green and Joseph is blue. pink and you're red.
Has it turned the breaker off? No, right?
Yes, it did once.
Oh. It sounds kind of slow.
It does.
But it didn't start in its room, right? To be faster?
It walked out of its room.
Okay, I figured with the music box.
Yeah.
I think I know what this is. Hey, buddy. Oh.
Should we maybe have the breaker off this next time?
We could, or we could leave it on because it shouldn't have line of sight.
You make a very good point.
Bunny. The bunny's not going to be here anymore, I'm assuming. Because it's a basic asset. Sir, I'm trying to loop in here. Can we not hang out with your bat right there? That's kind of rude, actually. Thank you.
So, there's a chance it could spawn inside you now, right?
Only if I was standing over there.
Okay, good.
Why do you want it to spawn inside me?
No, I'm hoping it doesn't.
Oh, okay. You sounded excited about it. A spooky ghost? Yeah, for real, just no gaming. Tell me JoJo didn't sound excited about it.
No.
This ghost has line of sight. Okay, so we know it's not a Gen. We know it's not a Hantu. We know it's not a Revenant. I mean, there's no way this thing's a demon. I mean, we could bring it to the hiding spot. One of us might die.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, the ghost. The
I'll
euro
test
being
it.
broken would be interesting.
I'll test it.
Oh, I know who's gonna die.
Not me.
If we're all in the hiding.
Oh, it continues hunting. We're all gonna die.
I would like to live.
Then either I would recommend going outside or
watching from
going
the
to
window.
another room. I don't feel like it
Yeah, I'm watching
sped
from the
up
window.
particularly quickly compared to other ghosts, but you know, I could be wrong. It sounded slow that one hunt though, and then it almost, the second hunt before it saw me, felt like it was changing speeds a little bit. Has the twins been broken? Where it like can change twins in the middle of a hunt?
Not that I've noticed, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, nothing surprising.
I just don't know. Shriekley, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Guys, if you're not already following Shriekley, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen that you need to hug right now and go share some love. It's free to do so. Welcome in, everybody. How was ooh, we're testing Furnace Swan, so hopefully this thing doesn't kill me. It might. I'm dead. It's not in a swan.
Shrieky just traded with 19 views.
Welcome in. How was Dead of Night? Tell me about it. When are you streaming next? For anyone who doesn't know me, hi, I'm Shana. I'm a horror streamer. Phasmophobia is my favorite game. I know it's in a weird state right now, but we're hoping that changes on Tuesday. I do play other horror games as well. I'm an official DBD creator and Blumhouse creator and Bornless creator, so we just like to have fun and get scared. Welcome in! Farrell, welcome in. Mealy, welcome in. Tawny, welcome in. Witch Tit. I need you to see my bot name and what normally my endgame name is. That might be my cousin. We might be cousins. We might be cousins. Bailey, welcome in. Kylie, welcome in.
Nightmare.
How is everybody doing?
Nightmare.
She Squad has breached
Nightmare.
containment. We love it. Snoopy, welcome in. Swans can invade that hiding spot. I have never had that happen because I've come here and like tested it over and over and over before, and it never has.
Cooper did say, reply to that only I think it's standing specifically. She said in chat.
No, but I have video.
I think
of
I
me
saw you earlier doing that as well.
Yeah, I did it off stream, like goofing around. We had in a swan, and I did it like it was during the weekly challenge video. You guys didn't see it because Ghosty probably cut out like 20 minutes of me just being, "Come here, Ghost." No, you thought it was Lisa. I literally spent like 20 minutes just teasing the ghost. Cause I'm an asshole. And it never killed me. It never killed me.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
I love Blumhouse so much. Me too. Me too. You'll be on again Thursday, 6 to 10. Hell yeah, what are you gonna play? Do you already know?
I wonder if it's bugged some of the time and not always bugged.
Maybe. I mean, that's possible. Is it Oater? Is that how you say that? Welcome in. While standing specifically. Interesting. Okay. Also, guys, if you're not following my best friend Cooper right there, please change that immediately. I would like to know what you're doing with your life that you're not following her. Okay, please and thank you. Please and thank you. Perky Witchits. Yeah! Yeah, that's usually what my, like, Steam name is and my in-game name. Right now I'm Caffeinated Shana because my team that I'm on for DBD for tournaments were the Caffeinated Cryptids, and we just participated in a tournament, so I'm Caffeinated Shana right now. Although I'm not super caffeinated right at this exact moment. Twyla and Lesbian both died there. Interesting.
Could I...
While standing. Hmm. Did something happen?
iPod? Sylvan, I need a favor of phone photo being deleted.
Okay.
Oh. Are you wanting to take a picture of my body? For your collection?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jojo likes to collect pictures of my dead body in this game. I don't know how many photos he has currently, but he has a collection.
Sounds so bad.
Ash, enjoy your sanity. I love you. It's Death Bug.
Everyone needs
Interesting.
a Hobbit.
So many games to pick
everyone
from.
does
Any
need a
recommendations? I like the ones that give me a heart attack.
feel
Oh
like-
gosh. I'm assuming you want one you haven't played before. Is this just like a Ure or something, and we just will never know?
It didn't feel like it sped up that much.
It didn't. It didn't. I'm going Ure.
Yeah, out of those ones that are left, that's the only thing I can think.
I'm going Ure. I should follow Cooper's for reals. You should for reals. Yeah, it's the name of my bot, Witch Tits. I love that. I love that. I love that that's your name. Let's see. Let me look through some of my favorites. Let's see.
Yeah.
Wow.
Have you played any of Blumhouse's games by chance? Because if you haven't, Sleep Awake is really good. It's not like a scare your tits off kind of game, but it's very like psychedelic and creepy. I do recommend it. If you haven't played it, it's very good. It's very good. Let's see. Oh, it's end guessing. I got it.
I'm tired.
No, you're good.
Oh,
You're good.
I
You're
got
good.
it.
You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Everyone got it. Ghostin?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Aside from that, let me see. Where's my list? Here's my list. Okay. Hollow Cocoon is incredible. If you've never played Hollow Cocoon, I highly recommend it.
Welcome back.
It was the
Like
twins.
Babette,
I
go
did
for
hear
it.
different speeds. Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
Well.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Phasmo's going all right. We've been goofing off. We've been having a really good time. We've been having a really good time. How's your night going? What else is like super, super, super scary? Any Emeka game I enjoy, and I think they're very scary. But I know they're not for everybody. I love them though. If you haven't played The Cabin Factory, I really love The Cabin Factory. I wish they would come out with like a second chapter or iteration of it of some kind, because I think it's such a cool game. And it was so much fun to play.
That's one of the most fun games for someone to stream as a viewer, because you can actually take part.
Yes. I might have to do it again, because I'm missing an achievement for it, so we might have to do it again.
Sounds like an good idea to me.
Yeah. If you want something multiplayer, Devour is incredible. I love Devour. Oh my god, of course. Listen, this community is amazing, Shriekly. This community is amazing, and we're happy to have all of you here as well, so... Of course. You're not taking my attention away at all. You're totally fine. People here are used to me yapping. I get distracted and I yap all the time. This is normal. This is normal behavior. False Dream, it's like a find the anomaly kind of game, but you're in it as well. It was really good. I really liked it. Oh, I just played the Fears to Fathom Scratch Creek. It's multiplayer, so you can play with like one other person and do the story together. With Ghosty. Ghosty's gonna be editing that video for their YouTube. And it was so fun. It was so good. If you have somebody who you can like co-stream with and do it, because there are two completely different perspectives. So I do highly recommend it. But I also recommend finding somebody that like would maybe co-stream with you and doing it that way. Ikai, I-K-A-I. It's another like Japanese themed game that is incredible. Story is so good. There's part of this game, I know Dave was here and remembers that I don't like spiders, and it took me a lot to get through this one part in this game. It was rough for me. It's rough out here for a beach who doesn't like spiders and plays horror games. Madison is also incredible. Oh my God. I'm glad Eli's not here. So impressed you got through that. I don't know how I got through that. I don't know how. Hi, honey. Outlast Trials got an update today. So if you've never played any of the Outlast games, Outlast Trials is my favorite, but it's multiplayer and it's better played multiplayer. You can play solo. Highly recommend multiplayer. Vodka snacks.
I think it's on sale right now.
It might be. Vodka snackies. Ooh, Pardum Artifacts was really good. Oh my god. The developer for Pardum Artifacts is so nice too. He's so nice. He's such good people. Highly recommend it. If you want a little bit of bias, there's a game called Paradise's Secrets that you might get to hear me scream a lot in if you decide to play it. There's a lot of screaming. A lot of screaming. I might have had to warn my neighbors. So that was fun. I mean, I could just sit here and name games forever. Prognostic is another one. Nobody ever talks about this game, but it was so good. So good. I love Prognostic. I hate that Outlast Trials is so flashy. I wish I could play it. Is that why? I'm sorry, Scully. That's fair, though. That's fair. She is a baby. I love her so much. I love her so much. But yeah, if you guys want a list of games anytime, I'm happy to share.
Dakota Cooler 2000
Dakota.
contributed $5 to an item on Throne. Thank you so
Dakota,
much.
thank you for the contribution to the Silver Rabbit necklace on Throne. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. You can close your eyes. That's how Whippy plays everything. Luto, no, I haven't played it. I think that's one of the ones that I have, maybe.
I played it and I loved it. It's like kind of like horror puzzle game. You have to kind of uncover riddles stuff.
Yeah, yeah, I've got it. I want to play it in Discord, which is why I haven't played it yet. I need to schedule it still. Dave actually got it for me.
I'd have my brother help me because I'm not very smart, but it was a lot of
Oh my gosh, that's not true.
It does have some pretty heavy
It does,
topics.
yeah.
Very heavy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
But it was really good.
Of course, Shriekly. Guys, once again, please go check out Shriekly. Go show some love over there. It's free. Free to do so. Hopefully we'll see you again, friendo. Go do what you need to do, though. Post-stream self-care. Please. Please, please. Might try playing it blindfolded. That should do the trick. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Whippy plays everything with his eyes closed, so, you know, he can probably teach you all about that, honestly.
I wouldn't want to be taught anything like Whippy.
I don't know how often Whippy does anything with his eyes open, if you want an honest answer. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, 6 to 10 p.m. Pacific. There you go, guys. You know where to be. You know where to be. Alright, for ghost guessing, guys, Jessica is our ghost, so all the ghosts are an option. We're still on 1 evidence, because I forgot to change it to 0. Sorry, Sylvan, I know you're incredibly disappointed.
I already did 0 today. I was very disappointed.
20 degrees here. Oh, a pelvis. You're teabagging the pelvis.
It's my bone dance. That sounds really bad, but...
Yeah, Jojo? Jojo's bone dance, you guys. So I'll clam slam the bones next time for you, Jojo. It's 16 degrees in the hallway. It might be in the hallway.
Yeah, that sounds even worse.
Hey, my pelvis again. Oh, that was Dakota's pelvis that you were teabagging.
No, it wasn't.
I don't know. Dakota says it was, and I trust Dakota. Dakota would never lie to me.
What was the other one?
Tarot cards. I've got it set to tarot cards every time.
Yeah.
Because I have an addiction.
Yeah, and after being, what's the right word?
Denied.
Screwed. By a friend earlier.
I might have been cock-blocked in multiple games from my tarot cards.
It turned on the radio in the green room.
Oh, did it? Okay. Maybe we'll need to recheck temps then.
Or it's reaching.
Or that, or wandering. Whee! The way you walk with your arms up. Who walks like that?
I'll be honest, it's more prominent with, I think, the outfit that iPod has on.
Is it?
I definitely noticed it more when I play with iPod than anyone else.
That's too funny.
Oh. I didn't know you were talking about me.
Oh.
Yeah, it's out here.
No UV. Oh.
Oh, that was pretty rude.
That was incredibly rude. What do you mean?
Touch the door twice.
iPod is so goofy. I love it. Yes, iPod is. I love iPod.
Thanks, Goalie. Thanks, Shana.
No, thank you, iPod.
No, that's just it. You don't try to be. That's why it works so well.
It's just natural. Still no UV, no feet. No feet. Alright, let me see what else I can gather. Ghost didn't want you to leave the room. Probably not. It probably wants to keep us trapped here forever. Tuesday, guys. Never gonna see this view ever again. Not like this anyway. It's gonna be so different.
That was rude. I did just before the video.
EMF 2. I touched the door again.
You've been touching a lot of doors.
I put the packet on the glass. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I had like it touched the glass or something.
No, I said it. I said it put the packet on the glass. Which glass? Ah, iPod gets it. The little glass dish in the microwave. Oh. I had a ghost do that to me, and I was like, well, that was very rude of you. I mean, as you should. Call the ghost out. Call the ghost out.
Did you guys know I accidentally bought a giant microwave?
What?
I bought a microwave that you can put a full large pizza in.
Oh my god.
And it fits perfectly on the glass in the microwave.
I don't think that's a microwave. I think that's a small oven.
I got it for $200.
I mean, I don't.
I was gonna get one of those tiny microwaves, and so I just was like looking for a big microwave. I didn't realize it was gonna be
That big? That's a little bit of a crazy size microwave.
It has like a function when it cooks a frozen pizza. It doesn't work. It does not work.
Oh. It almost sounds like it's like a big air fryer.
But it doesn't have an air fryer function. It's just the microwave.
Huh.
So I have like a separate air fryer. My dad has a microwave that's also an air fryer.
Yeah.
And also he can control it from his phone.
That's actually really cool.
He's got all the fancy shit.
I'm not saying it, Scully. There's a command. You and Hellblazer asked for it. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that, Scully.
Is it spelled that right too?
That I've warmed in the microwave.
The fact that you did that as Shingus and his friends were coming in here, I don't know how to feel right now. I don't know how to feel. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome in.
Mighty
Guys,
underscore
please go
Chingus
follow
just traded
Chingus
with
if you
84
have not
views.
already. We love Chingus around here. He is good heckin' people. Good heckin' people. You have to spell it right, Scully. You have to spell it right.
Did I get it right? Or
Yeah.
yeah, I thought it was the other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Chingus, how was your stream? Don't ask. How was your stream? How are you doing? How is paragnosia? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next? Welcome in. Golma, welcome in.
bitch!
Ember, welcome in.
Tunnel me! Sorry about that, guys.
Rude, welcome in. Natural disaster, welcome in. Guardians, welcome in. How are you? How are you? Drosarius, I hope that's how you say your name. Welcome. Feeling sussy, but you always sussy. Listen. Blame Scully and Hellblazer. That's all I have to say. Blame Scully and Hellblazer. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I was
You said it.
I was mimicking something.
But you are a mimic.
It's true. It's true. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Oh, yours was the right way. Oh, then I spelled it wrong. Or Jojo spelled it wrong. Yeah.
I'm so confused.
Had fun. Such a good game. I've never played it before. Never played it before. You recommend it? There, Blaine. Gonna raid and run, homie. Need to get ready for work. Oh yes, please do what you need to do. Go raid, run, get ready for work. Call out, take a nap instead. Smooch Dahlia. You know, the usual. The usual. Guys, go follow Chingus if you haven't. You guys will love him. We lost iPod? No! iPod's flashlight. Never forget.
The ghost is in the...
I'll use your flashlight for you, iPod.
It moved? Oh.
Yeah, no, I don't think it moved. I don't think it was ever in the hall. It was just staying in the hallway for a long time. And then it settled in its room. Because I don't think we have changing rooms on for you.
Yeah, we do. We do have it on. It is on.
I didn't know that. I thought you weren't a fan of it, so I just assumed we had it.
I'm not. I just didn't turn it off this time. Rest in peace, iPod in the chat. Right? -7 iPod's internet, for real. Restart your modem, iPod. Restart it. For anybody who came in with the raid, by the way, I'm Shana. Hello, hello. I'm a horror streamer, obviously. Phasmophobia is my favorite game. I know it's definitely not broken. It's definitely just very full of mini features right now. But hopefully on Tuesday there will be many fixes coming for it. And I'm also an official Blumhouse creator and DBD creator and Bornless creator. So we just like horror here. We like to get scared and have a good time. Dakota, enjoy those Dio Dino Nuggies. Ghost is being a goober. Whippy, why you wailing?
I did try strip right when it was eventing.
And you didn't get it? Oh my god, it twisted the bear's neck. It played with the toy.
Well, that's not what I thought you were going to say, but...
What?
That's special.
That is... wrong.
Yeah.
We have freezing.
Victimized again, I see.
Wait, what? The roleplay is Solvin, but as a mimic?
But then wouldn't you just be pretending to be other people?
Yeah. Well, that's...
You gotta be Solvin, pretending to be other people.
I can be Solvin pretending to be other people. I just have to sound slightly like Siri, apparently.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, we're playing Papa Guy now. Okay.
Oh, we're playing Papa Guy now. Okay. Listen, I'm mimicking. I'm mimicking. Come back here. False Sylvan. I need to be you. Est-ce que tu me répètes?
Est-ce que tu parles bien en français?
Est-ce que tu parles bien en français?
Je vais continuer de parler en français avec toi.
C'est toi.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Feeling kind of cute. Might put myself through trials and trials of running from a mass stranger, but they laugh at my pain and put me on a hook while I fail to loop around random pieces of wood and rock that are conveniently placed to keep distance between me and them, while my teammates fail to get any gens that are also randomly there done. Yet I never fixed a gen in my effing life, but somehow I know how to do it by pressing one button. But who knows though? You know, Ghosty, that sounds like a game that I actually created. Hi, Cheese. How are you? Welcome in. Oh, you brought them into the kitchen? Okay. Relatable. It really is relatable, iPod. It really is. I need some warm bread. So that's a skull, or that's a Solvin thing to suddenly just pop out saying that I have to eat.
I've never heard the warm part.
Well, I just like to assume that it's warm.
I mean, warm bread is great.
See? I'm Solvin, I would know. I got the moon.
It went through the...
Oh.
Did we get any heavy? Oh, it's freezing.
Freezing, yeah.
Yeah, I said it was freezing.
We were victimized by freezing.
Wow.
I recently learned to WASDA properly thanks to my friend Shana, who is also a mimic. The cards are DJing inside the island.
I heard it took you 2 decades of playing it incorrectly before you got it right.
I didn't know I was doing it incorrectly. I mean, honestly, who knew? It's really not intuitive. Why would you put your hand like that when you typically have your hand a different way to type on the keyboard? Oh, it's a child? Surely. There's a child chasing me, so I didn't need to smudge just then. That's fine. I was just testing the ghost.
You're looping too well for Solvin, I'm just saying.
No, I've been practicing.
Oh, okay. You sure you don't want to kamikaze into the ghost?
I mean, I could. If that's what, you know, everybody wishes. Anyway.
That's what Solvin would do.
No, definitely not.
What?
No, that's what you
I'll
would do, but it's not
DJ
what I want.
inside your island, ayo. iPod.
Oh yeah. Okay, going back up now.
Tower.
Wow, putting the cards without me when I tried to get the break.
It's not an Oni or a Kormos. I didn't think about it. I'm sorry, Jojo.
No, I know.
I felt the strong desire to pull them, so I pulled them. It's not unlike your mirror, Jojo.
Yeah, but I've actually been able to stop myself.
I'll go get the breaker this time. Make Sylvan speak more French. Listen, Sylvan, speak more French, and I'll try to repeat after you. Hi.
Mon nom c'est Shana.
Mon nom c'est Shana.
Et je suis fameuse.
Et je suis fameuse.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So you finally admit it.
So you finally admit it.
Oh dear.
That's what I get.
That's what I get.
Say, don't you?
No.
That you're famous.
Shana is not actually famous. You know who's famous? Sylvan. Well, it didn't seem to like my smudgies very much. We never put salt down, did we?
Yes, and it's stepped twice.
Okay.
But we also have freezing, so
Came with the Chingus raid, but got a crash. Have a good stream. Have a good night, Guardians. Thank you for coming with the raid. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Loop a ghost and unalive. Yeah. Yeah, I was mimicking Sylvan.
you did a little too well.
Except Sylvan doesn't clam slam. Well, she didn't used to.
There was that one time at Bandcamp.
Now she clam bangs. Speaking French gets you killed.
Well, it didn't it?
I mean, it kind of did, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, trying to trick Shana is what got me killed, I think.
Oh no, you didn't try, you actually did.
I'm alive.
Clan bangs, exactly. A clan bang.
I'm
I
alive.
didn't even get to see what that card was because I was helping my cat call that software. Oh, death fall.
The way you skated across the ground just now. Tower. Oh, the high priestesses today have been crazy. We've had a lot of high priestesses. No hangman though. She was inside me. I don't like that.
Lucky you.
No.
Devil, cool.
It'll have to be iPod, yeah. It's after midnight now. Unfortunately. Tower.
Bad news.
Are we done?
Mm-hmm.
And you know what we learned about this ghost?
Diddly squat.
Exactly. Diddly squat. Diddly heckin' squat.
Have you got a lighter?
Not a gen. No.
Smudge. Lighter. Have fun.
Oh. But I'm Sylvan. I don't do these things.
Yeah, well, you're gonna do them.
Wow. You're even bullying her like you'd bully me. Wow.
Damn right.
That speed up doesn't seem particularly fast.
That was too professional to be one of my smudges.
Go get cozy in bed, iPod. Go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, I'm afraid to say this is or isn't an Oni after that weird ghost that we had earlier. I'm going to be completely honest. Have we been Noni breathed at all?
Not that I recall.
I just did.
Oh, well.
Where did you die, and did you leave any smudges?
Unfortunately, I did not, because I think it killed me as I was mid-smudge.
Wow.
I don't remember, but... Sylvan, wake up!
I'm having a nap.
I don't like this. Sylvan, wake up!
I mean, we could... We have the monkey ball, don't we?
What is this pose?
Yeah. We could ask
You're voguing, but laying down.
I was just trying to, you know, find a good spot to sleep.
Oh. You're too young for that. Are you monkey pawing it?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
You probably wish for... I need sanity, don't I, to ask for
Yeah.
evidence. Okay.
Oh, after this hunt.
I'll wait.
After these next messages. I never said it had to be perfect, Sylvan. Oh, that's fair. Got you to speak French and game on here. Teach all of us, Sylvan. I'm ready to learn. I see you found a smudge.
Yeah, it was in the truck, the bag.
Ooh, coffee.
Right, Shana, are you ready?
I'm ready. Phantasm, enjoy your Goulet. It's still hunting.
I know.
Oh, okay.
It just wasn't in the room.
C'est je suis prête.
Je suis prête.
À apprendre.
Apprendre.
À apprendre.
Apprendre.
Like both those sounds. À and apprendre.
À apprendre.
Excellent. It means I am ready to learn.
Oh. Do I test it? Do I turn my light on and see if it kills us in the spot?
No, because we should at least use it to revive a friend before we kill it.
I don't need to be alive.
Oh, true. Okay.
Did you pick up the smudge I dropped?
No, it's right here.
You grab it.
No, you grab it.
No, my vision's impaired.
Oh, valid. Do you want this flashlight?
Okay, no. Is it done?
Yeah.
No, it's still going.
Oh, no. Okay.
Wait,
I couldn't hear it for a second.
I'm following it like from downstairs, so now it's
Oh,
done.
okay. I couldn't hear it. Okay.
Where is the monkey paw?
I got it. I
know I was going to do it because I'm blind. If you bring someone back,
Okay.
it doesn't help her.
It's right there.
Nope. No idea. Oh, I see it. There we go. Took me a while. Got there in the end.
Okay.
I did it.
Oh my god.
Oh. Yes.
I'm not napping anymore.
Hang on.
Ooh.
Has anyone died from using the monkey?
No.
No.
We got lucky with tarot cards and the monkey paw.
Apparently.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, so
What got ruled out?
it's not dots.
Not dots. That didn't help.
Yep. Basically. Apart from taking out one.
lucky just then. Oh my goodness. Home from work. Welcome home from work, Car. Is it the twins again?
Did it change speed?
The last hunt sounded like it might have been a little slower, maybe. But I might just be talking myself into the twin sanity that I do sometimes when I'm...
The last
reach
hunt
this
when
point.
I'd wished for sanity.
Yeah.
So I'd wished for sanity and then it hunted.
Yeah.
There is certain ghosts that would be slower if I'd done that, but I think it would be faster.
It's not a Moroi. We'd have Spirit Box.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
Do we have any other hiding? Yeah, we do in here. I'll test it.
Downstairs.
Nope, we do in here too. I'll test it. I'm ready. I'm ready to die for the cause. Although I'm leaning twins. I hope work was okay today.
That's also being repeat ghosts as well.
It would be. You know what ghost I haven't seen in a long time? A ghost that can't see you.
That makes me happy.
It makes me sad.
Yeah, but that's because you are not the one constantly getting killed. And it shouldn't.
Slow
Although
as hell
you
and
have-
easy. And your day's off now. Let's go, Car. Let's go. Good night, Cynical. I'm dead. I think it's the twins.
Oh dear.
The way I died just now was kind of weird, yeah?
New donation from Car313.
Car! Thank
No.
you for the dono for vodka.
What were you thinking about?
Thank you so much. You can't wish for life.
Yeah, I was going to say you can't say wish for.
That's sad.
Thank you so much, Car. That was so kind of you. Did I?
Me?
No, yeah, because I just saw a light flashing in the room. Not the room light.
Thank you so much, Car. 73%, guys.
If I press T, it doesn't let me turn on or off anything, so I have no idea.
It's Onryo, my source. I made it up. You might be right. You never know. It was slow then? I thought so. I thought I heard two different speeds. Fairly certain this is the twins. Alright. It's done. You had to take your cats in for a UTI? Oh, poor thing. So unhappy with me giving him antibiotics. They never like to take medicine. Cats especially. Cats especially. Fur babies are important and surgery is expensive. Glad to help. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I wish that it wasn't so expensive, but I do understand. I do understand why. So, I understand like the education behind it and all the people. It's crazy that the anesthesia is what makes everything so insane, but
yeah,
you know. All right, twins in my book.
See?
Let's see.
Nice.
Did we get it?
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for
Let's
you.
go. Let's go. How is this round of bingo looking?
No winners.
I don't want to talk about it.
No winners. Call a bunch of randoms.
On it.
Check your bingo cards, friends. Check your bingo cards. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with us. If you're not following Solvin, who is currently here playing with us, follow Solvin. Follow Solvin. It's free. Solvin's awesome. I don't know who Solvin is. You just played with Solvin. What do you mean?
Oh, weird.
One winner now.
We need more than one winner. We need more than one for sure.
2. 3.
Check your bingos, friends. Check your bingos. Let's see.
Did we miss anything on the bingo cards?
Not that I know of.
The shame. Oh, they got called anyway by random. We're gonna say we should have called the creaming ones.
The creaming ones.
Ping pong, should I call them? Because there wasn't room.
Yeah, go ahead and call ping pong.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Let's see. I know who we're gonna raid. They're playing some DBD right now. Usually you find them playing a lot of DBD. And, heckin' wonderful bean. Heckin' wonderful bean. So, copy whichever raid message works for you. We'll be back tomorrow night. We're gonna, I think, be playing DBD tomorrow. And then Thursday, Outlast Trials. And Friday, more Phasmophobia. So, come hang out for some DBD tomorrow. It's gonna be fun. At least I hope so. Might be a little sweaty. We had rank reset, so who knows? You love Outlast. Outlast is fun. Outlast is fun. All new stuff in Outlast, so come hang out. Copy whichever raid message works for you. I'll see you guys over in Miss Pow Pow's stream. Good night, everybody. And once again, go follow Solvin. Go follow Nepo Daddy. And of course, go follow the wonderful Cowboy. And all of the raiders who came in with their communities. Big thank you. Big thank you. And if you're on YouTube, subscribe, like, comment, turn the bell on. Come raid with us if you'd like. It's a good time. We'll see you there. Bye, everybody.